And we are live.
Are we?
Hello.
We should be.
I thought we all established this as a dream.
Look, after today, anything is possible. Oh, how is everyone?
Exhausted.
Okay. Did a lot of running around.
Sounds like exhausted is the mood this weekend.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Well, on the plus side, hopefully this episode doesn't exhaust you guys. Just as a reference, because I forget who it was. Who was cut off from their vice? Was it Frankie?
Yeah.
Because Frankie got a little drunk and hit a guy with a solid wood chair during Gemma's little fight club.
Yeah, this also explains why I didn't relieve much of my stress.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, that was a little bit of a hint as to what happened last week, as everybody was technically licking their wounds after encountering a very precise group of individuals who seem to have been selected to counter all of you. After a rather humiliating defeat in some instances, the group wasn't in the best shape mentally and physically for some of you, as Louis had to technically be resuscitated because of all of the air being pulled from his lungs. Everybody else, it was more on the mental side of things, but still not a great feeling. Paige, feeling probably helpless at that point in time, decided that she was going to question the Ant King, as he was supposedly involved with these individuals. It was revealed to Paige that he was specifically made to counter her ability. The little implant that is in his head allowing him to control ants blocks the pheromones from technically queen ants, but at the same time, any pheromones or chemicals that are thrown his way. He wasn't much of a help. He gave you a little bit of information, but was playing his cards a little close to his chest. Max, being the businessman that he is, offered the Ant King a job at his company if he spilled information or assisted assisted the Vigilant 6 in any way he could. Desperate to get out of the holding cell that he was in, he told Max to get him a contract and he would sign it. As everybody sort of separated, a lot of you partook in some stress relief activities after your rather stressful days. Unfortunately, one of you got a little too white girl wasted and ended up incapacitating an individual. You don't know how bad he's hurt because Perkins pretty much said that she had it covered. You don't know in what sort of condition he is in, but whatever condition it is, he's in the hospital for the time being. And as we
Part of me wants to go visit him. Sorry.
As we pick up today, about a week has passed. The last thing any of you got reports on was Condor and Mary's firsthand encounters with this movement group known as Specter. Looking around the little area near the area they had set up, it was a lot of anti-metahuman statements and sentiment. The individual that Paige had encountered previously, the one that when she charged when he left, it just pretty much fell into that of a designer mannequin, was seen walking out of the meeting hall, greeting everybody in as they were being brought in for some sort of public statement or some sort of sales pitch, maybe. But during this week, Amelia has suggested that everybody keep their heads down. Don't go out on patrol. Don't let your superhero personas be shown. Just take time to relax and live normal lives, as she wants to get more information on what the Specter is before sending the team out into the field once again. So since a week has passed, and before we start off here, Gemma and Frankie, what have you, the two of you, done in your free time this week?
I mean, I imagine we had to reschedule quite a few band practices that were missed. Squeeze those in there.
Yeah, absolutely, like, focusing on the band and everything, and, you know, making up for lost time and spending time with Anthony and things like that.
And then Jim would probably spend a bit of time training as well, as
Mm.
she's still very frustrated over what happened, and
Yeah.
that's how she deals with it.
Mm.
Oh.
A lot of sparring.
Yeah.
Also wondering what the hell, like, with Anthony suddenly having powers all of a sudden. Like, we're trying to figure out what we can do to know more about it,
Or to
because
help them.
he's yeah.
Every time you bring it up, he sort of dodges the questions, or he brings up another topic, or he just completely ignores you. Though, as you've been questioning him, you notice that anytime the conversation comes up, you do see a little bit of a pained look on his face.
I don't think that I bring it up all the time.
We probably
But
don't push too hard, just an occasional.
yeah, because we want to know, but if he's not going to tell us, we need to find other means.
Yeah, and as much as you try, even like trying to be as subtle as possible, you don't get anything from him. You have a feeling that the only person you're probably going to be able to get information out of about his condition is probably Amelia, since she was the one who created the
Serum.
serum that you saw him inject into his neck.
But I'm mad at her.
Exactly.
I mean, And it's not necessarily the only way. But there's we could ask other people, but Amelia's probably the closest that would know the most. But I don't know how much she would say.
I think it might just be better to either let him tell us on his own and leave it alone for a while, or if the situation becomes desperate, try to step in and help.
Fair.
So I don't like seeing him dependent on a serum to control it.
Exactly. If we
There's nothing we can do without his permission around it.
Yeah. I just don't understand why he didn't tell me before.
I mean, it wasn't exactly your first thing to do is run to him to tell him about your ability.
Well, yeah, but it's I mean, he kind of found out as well, but I mostly just hid, heroing or vigilanteing, whatever, from him.
For a week.
Exactly. It was a week. How am I so stupid that I didn't realize that he had powers of his own?
Because he found a way to suppress them. I mean, let's be real, each one of us, when we got our powers, it wasn't exactly the most pleasant thing.
No. And if he's not willing to tell us, we should leave it be.
I want to help him, but we can't help those who don't want help. More just being there.
Yeah.
When he's ready, we'll be there.
Yeah, problem is that he found a band-aid for his problem that he needs major surgery for, essentially. I don't think that the serum, repressing it isn't the answer.
No. And in a controlled environment, we might be able to help him beyond that, but it's a risk, and I don't think it's one he's willing to take right now.
Yeah. I don't think that he's willing to go to the lab either.
Can you really blame him for that, though?
No. I mean, it's not all bad, but
Oh, I hate being
I
there.
mean, it's yeah, home is better, but
It's only been a week since we found out. Just see how things progress before we go running to Amelia.
Yes.
I don't think she's our first answer here.
I mean, Louis already failed hacking into the things, but maybe we could talk to someone into pulling up some files of him if possible. I mean, if Amelia created the serum, then there has to be more to it, and she's very smart and detail oriented, so she's got to have something. But I'll give it time. For now, let's just focus on the band.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have to get a few things done because we missed quite a bit with the canceled show, and thanks to the Ant-Man and the missing band practices, thanks to all the other shit that was going on. Yeah, we might have to schedule a few appearances or something.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that pretty much sums up our week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't
Dealing
really
with
have
that and
time for
training.
actually plan.
Yeah.
Gigs and stuff, but
Okay. So near the end of the week,
Removing all the alcohol from the house.
A message from Bradley is received by both of you, asking the two of you to report to the dorm ASAP. And as that message is sent to you, Louis, what have you been doing this past week?
God, give me a second. My brain, I wasn't I wasn't ready to be called upon. um so time management wise, I know you said we're like a week has gone by. I need to know game mechanic wise how much how much downtime stuff I can do in that time, because there's multiple things I want to do, but if I only can do one or possibly two because of game mechanics,
It
then I want to prioritize.
it necessarily depends on what you're trying to do, like what you're trying to work on. Like the time frame may be a little different or may take up a little bit more time.
Okay, so this is how Louis' brain works. It's kind of like organized shotguns. So um he's gonna be staying at the nest for the week because he needs
Wait, the
to
nest or
decompress.
the nest or the dorm?
Isn't that?
The nest
Oh, I'm sorry.
the nest is Condor's video store.
Oh, sorry. The dorm.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be staying at the dorm for the week. Because I need facilities that I just don't have at my place. So I want to talk to Bradley and have my suit adjusted if possible. 'Cause I'm presuming it uses some sort of weird, Tony Stark nanotech bullshit. Um, because I don't want a repeat of what happened with that asshole to happen again. Um, so I want to ask Bradley if there's a way to A, make my mask airtight, and B, either have some sort of um emergency oxygen reserve for it, or be able to have the suit itself filter oxygen from the surrounding environment to my mask when I make it airtight. So I want to basically add a spacesuit function
I was
to
gonna say
my super suit.
you're pretty much adding like a scuba apparatus or something like that, just to give you like airflow, just in case this guy tries to take the air out of your lungs again.
Exactly. That was not a pleasant experience. I never want to experience that again. F that noise.
Bradley smiles. He's like, I was just thinking of creating something like that for your suits. Don't know about filtering oxygen around you, but I definitely can add something like a space helmet type deal to the suit to at least protect your lungs.
Cool. I mean, if it could have the same aesthetic I'm used to, that's fine. If not, I'll deal with it.
He kind of he waves his hand. He's like, yeah, I can just add the look to the suit to make it, go one in one, so it isn't like, you got this cool Fire Night thing going on and here's a bright pink, scuba mask. He's like, yeah, I can work that. No. It's like, we got the machines to do that. Though there is something I want to talk to you about. As he sort of walks you over to a computer and he punches something in, and you see a drone perspective of your encounter with this individual who had ripped the air out of your lungs previously. And you see the moment that you kind of like go Nova and fire off that blast.
Yeah.
And then he's like, and then he punches something else up, and it's like a drone view of the surrounding area. And that blast sort of went a straight line for probably about 4 city blocks before it dissipated. And you could see everything that it touched, it pretty much ate a hole through to where that just like all of the matter was just instantly disintegrated. He's like, I don't know what this is, but we need to get this under control.
That was desperation.
He's like, I get that's desperation, but if that went wrong, you could have destroyed like a whole portion of the city.
Yeah. That was gonna be the other thing I was gonna ask you for. I need like, a flame resistant room, at least flame resistant to me, at least the most you got.
For
There's something I want to practice, but I need a controlled environment for safety's sake.
can you elaborate on that? Because if it's just a means to help control your fire, yeah, I've got a room that we can set up for that. But if it's a means to just decide to become a nuke, yeah, don't do that.
No, I'm trying. I need to get better control of my actual powers. I mean, it's an actual power, but I need that's, something I don't feel my body's ready for. Uh, but I want to see if I can make plasma, which I think that's what that was, but just on a really just OP scale. Um, I just need to see if I can do something like that on a much not irradiating the environment scale. Because if I come across that guy again and he does whatever he does, I need something to defend myself. And plasma doesn't need oxygen to burn, but I've never really thought about making plasma. So
I can give me some time. Let me whip something up. It's getting a room ready to contain that much power is going to take me some time. It's not just something that even I can just, snap my fingers. I have to make sure that wherever we build it is reinforced, and I've got fail-safe after fail-safe after fail-safe installed to make sure that just in case something goes wrong, we're not going to have a loss of life at a catastrophic level. But yeah, give me some time. I'll talk with the guys, see if we can't drop any ideas to get some sort of plasma containment chamber for you. And when you want to, Rocky montage it and, not melt everyone, it's definitely a thing we can do. Let me work on this breathing unit first. This seems to be priority 1. That way,
all right.
you ain't passing out on us and your lungs aren't getting steamrolled.
Cool. Then the other thing that is going to be more me, since I won't have access to the room until he's ready, is I'm going to request PTO for my job. And basically, any assignments I have for work, since Louis pretty much does remote learning, he doesn't really attend classes unless it's like a test that he has to be there. Um, his whole thing with with Metro City U is basically he wanted to do remote learning, and so he doesn't
The
have to actually
dream.
go to. Yeah, he doesn't want a physical class, so he just basically wants give me assignments, I do them, I shoot them to my professor, and he's gonna basically, if he has anything that has to be up for, the next week, he's gonna just chunk them out and send them in, and then he's gonna put in PTO, and then he's gonna hit the gym, and he's going to basically work on his like his I want to say fighting and um like lung control. um
Okay.
there's so I'm not sure if that would be two separate things or what have you, but he didn't like the fact that when he didn't have his powers, he was pretty much defenseless. And Louis not scrawny. I mean, he's decently built, but he's never worked on his musculature as a defense or offense
Hmm.
mechanism, because it's basically he's always had his fire. You know,
Yeah.
him being in shape is more aesthetic.
Okay, so if you're trying to like improve your ability in a hand-to-hand situation, um that would technically be your brawl. If you're looking to build muscle, that would be, of course, muscle.
Yeah, no, he definitely wants to improve his fighting.
Okay.
So,
Does
like, I'm not
he
sure what. I'm
reach
sorry.
out to anybody for this, or is he just going to solo this?
I mean, he's gonna be, I'm presuming the gym is an open area.
Um,
I mean, he's
public gym or the gym at the dorm?
yeah, the gym with the dorm. I'm presuming it's just like a big open, like, Gold's Gym type scenario.
Yeah,
Just,
you guys
you
have
know,
like your own. You guys have like your own personal gym set up in there. A little bit more reinforced to handle people like Max.
You can't handle this American muscle.
Stop it.
I'll make the gym great again.
God damn it.
Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Brad's like,
Not the time to make those jokes.
he's like, if you're looking to learn how to like kick some ass and beat people down without setting on fire and melting them, talk to Gemma. Gemma seems to be a professional ass kicker. I mean, the whole incident that happened with Frankie was they were at a fight club and Gemma was fighting people.
I think he needs to. I think that he's not ready for Fight Club yet, but I think Frankie would be
Nah,
down to
deep
do
end.
some sparring and stuff.
I mean, there's
No.
probably a couple times where Gemma and Frankie are there sparring just because Frankie can use her powers more freely there.
Yeah, the
Gemma
gym
always tries to train Frankie.
The
not
gym
rely on
has
the
been
powers.
retrofitted and reinforced to be able to. It's pretty much kind of like a danger room, just without the sentinels and explosions and tanks. It's more just a reinforced area for all of you to be able to exercise and to be able to use your powers a little more freely.
Gotcha.
I mean,
Yeah, I would ask Gemma, like, if I would stay there working out, but if I see her, whenever I see her in the dorm, I would hit Gemma up and, go, hey, I know you do that, you know, I know kung fu stuff. Can
Punch
you help me
mans.
out?
Yeah, I can. I've done martial arts for years on my own. No powers involved. See why I couldn't help you. A few sparring sessions, give you some pointers. I'm sure Frankie
Yeah,
could use more opponents as well. I've been trying to teach her for a while now.
yeah. I'm just gonna chill here for a couple days. So whenever you have time.
Just to be absolutely certain about things. There's not a high chance that you'll accidentally burn me, right?
I can't promise that.
Then the least you
I'll
can do is let me
do.
copy your ability before we start so that I can at least have some resistance to it.
I'm okay with that.
That works for me.
Okay. So you're doing that for the weekend since you're at the dorm for this entire time. You still do get the message from Amelia, but you're already there. And I think Brad sort of gets your attention as you're either in the gym or you're working on one of the computers or whatnot. And he's like, hey, we found something. We're getting the crew together. This ain't good. And in very socially awkward Bradley manner, he just leaves it at that and walks away. Doesn't give you any more information whatsoever. And as
leaving on a cliffhanger.
he walks away, Paige, what have you been doing this past week?
Well, trying to live her normal job. Since she works for a high-end company, she can't just take a week off unless it's fashion related or something. However, during her downtime, she does try to do more research on the people that everyone encountered. And kind of gets a couple ideas, and she will get together with Amelia to continue working on their project that they've been working on in the lab.
And just to remind me, what was the project?
The cure.
The cure. Can you emphasize? I'm like drawing a blank on what the cure is.
I will message you.
Yeah. I will get my phone and look at it because I am drawing. I'm drawing a blank, but okay. So I think now is the time that we can introduce special projects into the mix here. And if anyone has watched our shows or has played in my games, it's exactly how it works in D&D, which is exactly how it works in Blades in the Dark. You got a clock, you roll the things, you do the things. And Paige, because this is a hefty project here.
Yeah.
We're gonna call it 100.
Okay.
But how many days of the week are you dedicating 8 hours to working on this? Because each time you roll, it's gonna have to be 8 hours worth of work.
Right. I would say that she would dedicate about 3 days worth.
Okay. So you can go ahead and give me 3d6.
Setting up my ticker, sorry. 3d6?
Yep.
6, 2, and 4.
So that's 9.
9? Okay.
Yep.
Oh no!
About
I
how
threw my D4.
about how long have you and Amelia been discussing this cure?
Oh God, when did they become friends? Looking at my notes.
College.
Yeah. What? And she's in her 5th year now. I would say they've been working on this project for about close to 3 years now.
Okay.
Just roughly like early college they met.
Okay, so for that then, I'll give it 10 ticks a year, so you're technically up to 39.
39? Okay.
39 out of the 100.
Okay. As of course they already know doing this project together that this is definitely it's not going to happen quickly, which is why they had their backup of the suppressants and everything.
Mhm.
So yeah, so this is the big boy. And when she's not doing that, she is gonna go ahead and give Gemma a call on her phone.
Gemma's the popular one this time around.
Well, you know, I
Apparently.
already planned this. I already talked to her about it off screen, and I'm like, God damn it, Louis stealing my thing.
Gemma about to hold like a like kung fu classes like Worf in Star Trek.
Yeah. First class, everyone gets their ass kicked. After that, you have to start from the beginning. Hello?
Yeah, Gemma, it's Paige. How are you?
All right. Is everything okay?
Yeah, actually, no. I've been kind of feeling pretty shitty since our encounter with that team of people,
Yeah.
and
They had a way
didn't
of
really
doing
like.
that.
Yeah, and I didn't really like how it made me feel just being useless.
Powerless?
Yeah, it's quite literally. And was wondering if perhaps you can teach me a thing or two about fighting. Defense is one thing. I've, for the most part, got that covered. It's being on the offensive that I need to work on.
I mean, I totally can. Even with what I knew, I felt pretty helpless to the whole thing. But at least
Fair, but at
there's
least you
something
could have
else you
thought
can
of
do.
something. If someone came at you with a gun, at least you would have a way to deflect a gun. Or if someone threw a punch at your face, you at least know what to do to react. I
Okay.
don't without my abilities.
Well, I've always believed in not relying on abilities too much. I mean, the nature of mine means I can't, so
Right.
I would, of course, teach you. Louis also asked me to teach him. Do you want to just do something with him
oh.
together, or?
No, if you're busy, it's fine. I don't have to bother
I mean-
you if you sounds like you have a lot on your plate already.
I mean, it's not a problem. If you like something more private, I've noticed you like to do a lot of things in private. You can schedule
Actually,
time.
if that's okay, I know you're also attached to Frankie at the hip. Not that I don't mind her being there, but she emits a lot of pheromones, and it kind of messes with my senses.
Ah,
What?
Small doses,
I'm-
but yeah, usually it's small doses, but I feel like it would be a bit of a distraction.
You're talking about Bradley, aren't you?
Oh, that she admits way more than
Oh.
small doses than that. The small doses, I think it's because it's hard to explain. The best way I could describe it is that she's looking for love, so she's emitting those pheromones, but they become stronger around Bradley. So even though if Bradley's not there, she's still emitting them. If that makes sense? And everyone at a certain extent do emit them. You know, everyone wants to be desired, of course, but when you're kind of looking for love or want to fall in love or, you know, something like that, it tends to be a bit more. And she's kind of at that phase right now where she's emitting a bit more than normal. Way more when Bradley's around.
Okay. Not really sure how to take that.
Yeah,
given what
I don't
but
talk
yeah.
about that because it's really weird, but it's the best way I can describe it, so I'm sorry if that weirded you out.
doesn't
Your friend's
weird me
horny.
out.
It's the best way to describe it.
I can't say you're wrong.
Stop.
That actually sounds. I prefer the term horny than looking for love. Honestly, it works a
Well,
little
I
better
thought that
for
would
me.
be nicer because she's your friend. I don't know. Just yeah, she's that girl wants some.
Paige over here just like spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Frankie's down bad.
I went from smelly to desperate. Like, bruh.
They're just horny.
I didn't say you were smelly. It's just your emits
I'm
pheromones that have
overstimulating.
a smell. There you go.
Jesus. I guess I'll try to keep it down.
You can't, girl. It's all natural.
Well, I mean, it's not a problem to do something more private. We'll just meet in the gym a couple times a week.
Yeah,
Maybe when it's
I
late at night
like
when there's
that.
less people there.
Yeah, that would actually
we
be
could-
great.
Ask Bradley to throw some sort of schedule up there so we could just clear the place out.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
And then, if we're not training, I'm not training you directly, I do recommend maybe a bit of weightlifting. Not that you're not in bad shape, just that more muscle.
No, but muscle mass would very much.
Yes.
I'm
Did I hear
lean, of
muscle?
course. Get out. I do have a small amount of muscle tone. It kind of comes a little bit with the modeling gig, but by no
Yes.
means is it, what I need for a fighting physique. Not that I'm trying to bulk up or anything, but enough to
No.
help.
We don't need woman bodybuilder levels of muscle.
No,
but...
I do not need to be, Maxine.
No.
Wow. You get out.
But, having a bit more muscle mass puts a little bit more behind little oomph behind it.
Exactly.
I need to be Maxine. I'm gonna hold
It's
it.
see what I did there?
Dead.
And it actually maybe works out this way to do it bit by bit, and to build up on my own as well, because I have my own projects and business I have to work on as well in between. It's a lot, but I definitely want to squeeze this in. So since you're doing me a favor, I would gladly return that favor if you ever need anything from me.
Might take you up on that at some point.
Of course.
But in the meantime, I have some time in the schedule tomorrow if you'd like to meet then.
Yeah, no, that's actually perfect. I will keep my schedule open and just give me a call when you're ready and I'll meet you at the gym here at the I almost called it the locker. Why did I call it the locker? The door.
the dorms.
You're not locked
my
in
God.
here with me. I'm locked. Wait, pause. No, that's not how it
Oh
goes.
god. The dorms. The dorm.
We're in the meat locker now.
We're in the meat locker.
Oh god.
The
Is that what
gym-
we call
gym
nanomachine
next-
now?
Sorry, the gym
I
is
was
now
thinking
called the
gym
gym is
mentality.
now the gym is now called the meat locker. You ruined it.
But Max lives there now. Done.
We'll go with this.
I was thinking real life, like where you meet for the gym, and I'm like the lockers, and I'm like, oh, that's no. Well, I mean, yes, but no.
You don't
And
know.
Jimma will go ahead and message Brad the time she plans on meeting with Paige there, just to say, hey, we need the gym cleared off so I can trade with Paige.
Then he just sends you back a thumbs up emoji.
Yeah.
And
That's
I think aside from that, I think I mean between that and her research and project and everything, it just takes up a good chunk of that week. So that's majority of Paige right there.
Okay. And like everyone else, near the end of the week, you get a message from Amelia letting you know that everybody needs to report to the dorms ASAP. And Max,
Yes, sir.
what has the senator been up to this past week?
Busy making America great. No, I'm kidding. I'm done. Sorry. The jokes are
Stop
easy,
it with
right?
that.
I know,
Stop
it's not even. It's like a wrong time of the year to make those jokes. All right, moving on.
Dude is just turning into a buff Ronald Reagan.
Right. But yeah, no. Jokes aside, Max would have probably had an extremely busy week. Wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have that much downtime, all things considered. If only because when you think about it, what's it called? We have like the probably a lot of like public opinion fallout to deal with in this situation.
Yeah.
Right.
You've noticed
Considering
you've noticed that in the past, like during this week, there have been multiple bills that have Magical Misfits, thank you for that raid. There were multiple bills that were submitted but not passed, thankfully. They've been shot down rather quickly because the opinion of the metahumans and then the whole superhuman thing or the superhero thing is still held in a decent regard for most of the people in the government.
I guess us stopping the Ant King without any casualties definitely must have helped.
Yeah, most definitely that. There was discussions about technically starting a manhunt for the Vigilant 6, but
Probably
again,
pushed by you-know-who, our friendly Kentucky senator or whatever his name is.
Everett Warren has been pretty much the proponent behind a lot of these anti-metahuman and anti-Vigilant 6 bills and law proposals and everything. He's just trying to like shut them down because he thinks that if they get too strong, they will move on the government and they will overthrow the government, and they'll be in a couple years the non-metahumans will be bowing down to their superhuman overlords.
Right.
So it's a lot of fear mongering and everything, and a lot of trying to just stir up the fears of the general populace. But thankfully at the moment it hasn't found a lot of a foothold. The situation where the false identities or pictures of the people have been that were revealed was sort of wasn't even sort, it was the main drive of every one of Warren's bills that he's put out. And then talking about the destruction that happened in the old steel mill where Louis went semi-nuclear, talking about, you know, somebody with that amount of power cannot be allowed to be out and about in the general populace, that they need to be captured and they need to be researched and they need to be controlled. But you don't really have much time for your personal life this entire time. Perkins is on you constantly, even more than she is normally. Thankfully it's not a lot of talking, it's not a lot of public appearances, but you are doing a lot of meetings, a lot of phone calls, a lot of, well, senator work.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think what little time he does have left, of course, with the, encounter that he had, I mean, thankfully he didn't, engage, and so didn't have to deal with the actual fallout of that type of engagement. But it still doesn't change the fact that at the end of the day, right, he still had to deal with what's it called? Something electrical. Then it probably made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings on that front.
Yeah.
I think he'd probably spend what little time he has in his company, trying to find a way to upgrade the nanomachines in one way, shape, or form, or B, or B, also, keeping an eye on the Ant King at the same time in whatever research project that the Ant King is doing here.
If you remember, your contract to him was technically shut down.
Oh, okay, so that did not go through.
No,
then.
Amelia wouldn't allow it to happen. He is still technically being held at Warren Industries right now. Not Warren Industries, Masterson Industries, not Warren Industries.
Yep, I figured. Yeah, well, if that's the case, then yeah, we're probably gonna go more for a upgrading the nanomachines approach here, and then obviously working out at the gym, and then sleeping and doing senator stuff. That'll probably just be our daily routine every day.
Okay.
A couple of hours of workout, work on the nanomachines, and being Perkins is,
being Perkinson's gopher.
Basically.
We all know that Perkins is really the one in charge.
Look, it's not because she wears the pants that she wears the pants, but
she's like one of the only people that you've seen Max actually like flat out listen to.
So people found out I was doing the blast furnace stuff.
It was very hard to cover up, seeing as how you melted parts of buildings for 4 city blocks. So they don't know who did it, but they know that it was caused by somebody with.
Oh, they traced the beam back to the
Yep.
the. Okay, yeah, okay.
Point
that would
A
make
to
sense.
point B. Yeah, something happened here and ended here.
I kind of left the trail.
yeah. You again settle as a brick. But you get you technically get a message from Amelia, but you don't even have time to check on your phone as Perkins comes storming into your office. Maximilian, we have a problem.
Perkins.
Warren just took it up a step.
For a change, what did he do this time?
Let's get to the dorm. This is not senator business.
Oh boy. Lay it on me.
And she walks over and she places her hand on your shoulder, and both of you are teleported to the dorm itself.
He's gonna raise an eyebrow and be like, not the kind of laying it on me I was thinking about, but sure.
And as all of you begin to file into the dorm one by one, Amelia is there looking a little annoyed. Whatever Brad's doing, you can't really see, because he's just like furiously tapping into a laptop. But on the big screen projector that's technically only been used for Condor's movie nights, you see
It has another purpose?
Yeah. You see
Wow.
a muted news reports from one of the local news stations, And even though the anchor is currently muted at the time, you can see the text that is scrolling by where it just states destructive metahumans captured.
That's not good.
And she's like, Amelia shakes her head. She's like, it's worse than what you think, Max.
Are we talking like KKK bad? Like how bad are we talking here?
Let's hope it doesn't get to that. She looks over at Brad. Rewind it back to that loudmouth talking. Brad gives a thumbs up, picks up the remote and just like rewinds the newscast and begins to play it and unmutes it. And you do see Senator Everett Warren there, standing on the steps of City Hall, flanked by the chief of police and the mayor.
Oh,
Paige is already like face palming, like, oh god.
Behind,
you could
like off to the side, in restraints and like half masks, with these like strange collars around their necks, are two of the individuals that you guys encountered the other night.
Is this happening in like Metro? Like where is
in
this
Metro
happening?
City? Yes. As
Oh god, he's in town.
Yeah, you can see like you have the oh god he's in town thing. Max has the like, what the fuck is he doing out of his jurisdiction? Look, this ain't Kentucky.
as the individual who Frankie fought, who put Frankie to sleep, and the one that went toe to toe with Gemma, are currently detained. And as Max turns it up, Everett Warren, with a big smug grin on his face. Now, you see here, ladies and gentlemen, these two, well, let's just call them ne'er-do-wells, are responsible for causing a mass wave of destruction across this fair city. Now, I'm an out-of-town boy. I can't, speak for the local police department or anything like that. But I have to ask what Senator Max Armstrong is doing when something like this is happening in his backyard. Now,
this little shitter.
I'm
You've
not
been called out.
I'm not just
Oh, we're gonna have some fun.
I'm not just a good old boy down south. I see a threat to society all around. I take action. These individuals here were captured and detained with help of my newly enlisted anti-metahuman group. We call ourselves Specter.
Oh,
Come on, can he be any more fucking cringe? Max will say that out loud, by the way.
Now, I don't want to raise any sort of fuss or any sort of fears in any of our metahuman citizens here in Metro City. We're not here to round you up. We're not here to exterminate you. We're here to make sure that the police and the government here have somebody who are capable enough to handle individuals such as this. Long as you don't go displaying your powers all willy-nilly, you don't go melting buildings or burning people alive, derailing trains or ruining infrastructure, you got nothing to worry about. But you step out of line, Spectre will find you.
Yeah, they did a great job at that, didn't they?
And he
Oh,
he opens his mouth to say something else, but Brad mutes it. He's like, and then he just starts rambling on more about the failures of your local government and takes a couple more shots at Max, but that's the gist of it.
yeah, he kind of has a hate boner for him.
Yeah, he never got over, well, the thing. Paige kind of just, Max just kind of rolls his eyes at Paige.
Yeah, I know. And if he's in town, that means I have to be his buddy.
Do you need me to book you for the week?
It doesn't matter. It'll just make it worse. He already has
Actually,
me booked for Fashion Week. Oh no, what?
Amelia like gets a huge smile on her face.
Oh no, no, you know I hate him. No.
This might be an opportunity for us to pretty much cut the head off the snake before it even starts. I
Oh.
mean,
Not gonna like this, am I?
no, probably not. I don't like saying it, but we have an end to the guy. He just announced that he was at least the governmental backing for this Specter.
Yeah.
What if we kidnap him? Or if,
No.
if kidnapping isn't, if it's too high risk, is like Perkins is just like narrowing her eyes and shaking her head. If that's not the case, we can bug him.
That means having to get close to him.
Yes,
Oh,
and
like that's hard.
she looks over at Max. He does have a thing for Paige.
More than a thing.
Matt
Ew.
is gonna look extremely irritated at the idea. Like, you can see his face scrunching up. And he's gonna look at Paige, and he's gonna say, well, honestly, you know how I stand on that one, but your rules,
Well,
you choose.
It's the whole reason why he hates you.
Yeah.
Look, he is one of our highest paying customers at my job.
Wait, pause. More than me? The stupid pissing
You're both
contest for half
on-
a minute.
Look, I know you guys are God, men, and who is better? I swear.
Right?
Always better or bigger. Like,
Sorry, look, I gotta make fun
Yeah,
of
right.
the stereotype, okay? I can't. I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. Is that he's in town, which means he's going to be spending more money in our shop. Not to mention, as being one of our best clients, stop patting yourself on the back.
I'm sorry. Out of character.
I-
I'll get back to character.
I
All right.
did promise to entertain him, and apparently got me a gig for Fashion Week and wants to be there. Which means
That
if
means
he's
I'm
in
gonna have
town,
to-
it's probably around the corner.
That means I'm gonna have to cross words with him over there.
I mean, if you
Perkins.
don't want to be
Oh.
alone with the guy, can't you just use an assistant?
Well, here's the thing. He is actually very easy, but it is also delicate considering he is a senator. Funny enough, from my hometown, or home state, I should say. But now it's even more delicate considering who he is allying with. Specter.
And here Max will ask also Perkins real quick for a just to prep some discourse or another, just to, because again you've seen the attacks that this guy's been throwing at Max
Constantly.
and he needs some degree of a response, right? The public will demand a response. And as she mentions him being easy, he just kind of off the side snorts a little bit before turning to Paige and saying, well, if it's Fashion Week here, I'm gonna have to attend either way. He probably intends on going in there with you to piss me off, knowing him. I'll play my part if I have to play it. Give him the satisfaction. I guess he'll maybe let his
You'll have
guard
to
down a little bit.
behave. You will
No,
have to
I'll
behave.
I'll give him the satisfaction. It'll lower his guard more than if I am behaving.
The problem I have with him, other than just being super creepy and close on me, The downside to my job is, Gemma, I just talked to you earlier in the week about this. A lot of times I struggles because men get horny for me. And that's not me patting myself on the back. That's just, they emit a lot of pheromones and it actually is not good for me. The senator, this particular senator, emits a very large dose constantly around me. Pretty bad.
I'm
Ew.
sorry.
Pretty
gross.
bad.
As
Mm.
Amelia looks over, she's like, what if I give you a low dose?
How so?
Well, you know that thing we've been working on?
Yeah.
What if I only give you like a quarter dose of it? Calm things down for you. You think that might help?
Possibly. The only thing I'm worried about is, well, he hasn't yet, but there's always that fear in the back of my mind. If he tries something, I don't think I could be powerful enough to counter it.
Well,
Do you
that's
have to
where
be alone with him?
maybe.
Sorry.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, what if you had an assistant with you? Would that negate your need to be alone with him?
I mean, not necessarily. It would help, but that doesn't help the pheromones, but it may help with the creep factor a bit.
Well, why don't we? It wouldn't be hard. I've done many odd jobs, and my face isn't well known in the entertainment business. I could always act as your assistant. At least someone who
Would
knows
that
what's going
be-
on.
I mean, would that be too uncomfortable for you?
Well, I've never been comfortable hitting a smug guy if he gets too close.
Well, he's a senator. That's gonna act a lot more. Maybe even damage your band.
And we have Perkins.
And
If
Perkins
anything.
just shakes her head. Paige, if you are uncomfortable being around this man with your powers subsided, I do have something you can use.
It's not a grenade launcher, is it? I don't think I can hide that in my purse.
Nothing of the sort. As she walks over and she like lifts up like the right like side of her skirt, and you see her leg open up as she pulls out a gun and hands it to you.
Fucking love it.
Like her leg opened
Foldable.
up like a fucking robot?
Like full on RoboCop opens up and she pulls out a pistol and hands it to you.
Foldable grenade launcher.
This explains so much.
Yo, is Perkins an android?
As like it just
I'm in love with her. Like Louis just
as it
looks
just
at her with
seals
the leg
up
open
again.
up, and he just. Oh, I'm in love. I'm in love.
Poor Paige.
Right?
Oh god, Paige is like, oh god, she looks over at Louie and she's like, no. She's like covering
Does
her
she get-
mouth, like,
He's
oh.
19.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we can all smell that.
Yeah, you don't need to be Paige to smell that one for sure.
As she like sees the shock looks like around the room.
Yeah.
I'm not a
Dami
robot.
Mommy and Android, yeah, all the pheromones are coming off Louis.
As she says, I'm not a robot.
Mm.
All intents and purposes,
Cyborg?
I'm a cyborg.
This explains so much.
A human being,
Yeah.
cybernetically enhanced.
What else is cybernetic?
I'm sorry, but that is classified.
I'm
you
dying, I'm
bitch.
sorry.
Getting what's her face from Archer.
Yeah.
Can't remember her name.
Right.
Oh,
Begin my offer stand page. I will masquerade as an assistant if you need me to.
we could also bug the store where you're at and be within a close enough proximity.
Also, wouldn't be too strange for Frankie to attend a fashion week. Rockstars do it all the time.
As you see Brad like bouncing up and down on the stool that he's on. you guys could like totally kind of, because it's not really the same thing, but Ocean's 11 this shit.
Basically.
He's like, yeah, Frankie's gonna be there because Frankie's a rock star. Gemma's gonna be there because she's Frankie's manager. Max is gonna be there because, well, he's a senator. Paige is gonna be there because because she's a model. I could probably get Louis some sort of tech job or something there. You all can be there and bug the hell out of everything this guy has. Tracking devices on his limo, bugging the inside of the car, doing whatever you got to do.
He probably has some personal phone and or computer device that we could hack into if Louis is on the job.
We just let Louis do that one.
I mean, again, it's not too hard to distract him or to bug him. It can be done.
Do we know what hotel he's staying at?
The Metro Grand.
Perfect.
Hey, Frankie, how do you having a sleepover, for lack of a better term?
Oh my god, spa day. I'm just kidding. Yeah,
Get access to
absolutely.
the hotel.
Book the tickets.
Yeah, and you know that the Metro Grand is like one of those like $600 plus a night hotels. It is bougie as all hell.
Frankie can't afford it.
Yeah, I can, to be fair.
That being said, I could always copy a hacking skill and be able to get into the room.
I mean, true. We would have to know what room he's staying in, but
That won't be hard.
As
oh
as
no.
Perkins like looks through her like the notebook that she carries all the time. He frequents one of the quote unquote presidential suites every time that he is here. Same room, same deal.
Has anyone told him being too habitual is bad for him?
Well, that's the great thing about Everett Warren. You can set a clock to his life.
He is quite predictable for the most part.
Makes our job easier.
Yeah.
As long as he gets some small form of entertainment, he'll be happy and get off my back at least.
How soon do you
There's
think
so many
you can
things
put him to
wrong with
sleep?
that sentence.
I
don't like it.
What was that? Sorry, Rogen?
Perkins is like, how fast can you put him to sleep?
Oh, very easily. Very quick. Probably 10, 15 seconds.
Ooh, that's how long he lasts?
I was about to say, oof.
Someone's gonna make that joke.
However, if I want to make it seem convincing, give me a minute or two. Then he won't think something actually happened to him. It's not the first time I had to... Look, it's not the first time I've had to make out with him. Ugh.
Ew.
We'll bring you mouthwash.
Thanks.
Yeah, you
pack
can,
like a
can
mini
see
toothbrush.
Max getting like not cringing, but just like recoiling physically more and more every time he hears stuff.
Look, how do you think I make him hallucinate, make him think that we had sex?
You know, I think I prefer that to the other alternative. I'll take it.
Well, I gotta get there somehow to make him believe it.
I was gonna say, is he a drinker?
The things you have to go through. I'm so sorry.
He is. He is from Kentucky. He does love his scotch and his bourbon.
Makes things a bit easier then.
Oh yeah.
Brad's like,
definitely pack an extra toothbrush.
I can get working on the tracking and bugging devices and everything like that. By the time that Fashion Week is ready to come, we should be all good to go on getting the bugs placed where we need to, getting whatever information we can get off of his hard drives, off of his PDAs, anything to find out how deep he's tied in with Specter, find out what information we can on this group. But there is another pressing matter. those two look familiar. And he kind of like points up to like the two that were captured.
Oh yeah.
And let them have them.
For everything that we know, they're Specter. Or were Specter for a brief time.
Yep.
So if they're resting to try and draw us out, why should we react to this? It's exactly what they did before.
No. It's not. I've watched this recording over and over and over again. The emotional spectrum that these two are displaying, this is not somebody acting like they've been captured. They've flat out been captured. They've been betrayed. I think they're being
Sold out.
Use
they're
them
being
and
cleaned.
ditch them.
I mean,
Do you
yeah,
think
they
have bonds
sort
too, like the with the king ant guy.
No, I am thinking it's worse than that. I'm thinking that their arrest is for a display and then they're going to be quietly disposed of somewhere.
Do you think their leader, the judge, is behind this or something else?
I mean, they needed a win both politically and police-wise, so I'm not surprised that they're using some form of fall guy here. It's win-win, really. They got what they needed out of them, and now they're just getting rid of them and gaining something out of it.
And as Bradley goes to open his mouth to say something, there is a very high, dense smell of ozone in the air. And then coursing through out of one of the electrical sockets is that older gentleman that you had a encounter with before, Max.
I see Perkins managed to find him.
No, Perkins didn't find me. I sort of been keeping my eye on you in my own way.
I can see that.
We can talk as equals here. No one's gonna try to kill me or nuke me.
Not the time right now,
Okay.
that's for sure. And after your display of reason, I don't see a reason to start a fight that doesn't need to be had.
No, same
You
here.
don't think that's a ploy? You don't think that that's not a trick?
Max is gonna look at her and say and shrug and say, "He could have killed me. He didn't."
I could have easily killed him. Hell, I could still kill him right now and fry half of you before any of you can react. I mean, do you know how many electrical impulses go through the human mind?
Yeah, I'll pass on the
Yes.
death zap. Thank
I'm
you.
not here to fight.
We'll see.
He's like, if you want, bind me.
Max is just gonna roll his eye and said, "Yeah," and then we'll still die by zap. A man who can turn into electricity, binding you won't do shit. Let's just move on.
I could still
What can I do
immobilize
for
him
you?
without touching him.
True.
I'm here because I need help. Well,
I'm listening.
the two youngsters over there need help.
Still listening.
Loose ends are being cleaned up here.
Clearly.
It's not just for show or anything like that. We were just here to either dispose of you or to humiliate you. And well, since all of you are still alive and kicking, we're sort of
Breach
being
of contract.
thrown out.
Why?
Loose ends. They don't really know what to do with us now. Asshole gave us our powers specifically to fight you. After he saw how some of us behaved around you or misbehaved, he sort of had a change of heart. Called us a beta phase, so that the next group that he would raise up would be more obedient.
Typical
should just-
psycho doesn't like toys he can't control. That sounds familiar.
And
That's
we should
disgusting.
just help you when... I'm sorry. At one point, you attempted to kill one of our comrades.
He didn't.
To be fair,
attempt to kill
I
me.
didn't raise a hand against Max here.
I'm talking about your team and Louis.
Yes, that was an unfortunate incident.
An unfortunate incident?
And Cryptic got shot at. Thankfully missed, but got shot at.
I mean, I can't speak for the others. Some of them went a little overboard and were enjoying the gifts that they were given.
Yeah, no shit. They say we're dangerous.
How did she put me to sleep, by the way? Was it pheromones or-
Hypnotic suggestion.
Yeah, there's
She
no.
just used that to get out of whatever situation she's in.
Yeah.
Doesn't work when those capturing you know your weakness and how to take you down.
So what? They're going to detain them, hold them somewhere.
They're going to
What's their
execute
plan?
them. They're going to drive them out to the metro city limits, execute them, and dump the bodies. They've already done it with the individual that Louis had faced. After that display of being able to null the oxygen around a small area, those in charge felt that he was too powerful to be controlled, so they eliminated him on the spot.
It's funny how your group was trying to teach us some humility and the consequences to our actions, yet look how the tables have turned tenfold.
When
Some
Paige-
lesson.
when Paige says that, Max will turn to her and say, and that's in itself concerning if we got our asses kicked so bad and they're being toyed with.
The thing is, they are artificial. We at least have been trying to do better. You guys
Yes.
just got popped a pill and then power hungry.
Wasn't popped a pill.
Or however you were genetically created, altered, whatever.
Let's just say it's less pleasant than just popping a pill.
Oh, I
And
saw
yes.
your Ant-Man.
That poor boy. I don't know what to say about him. I was the last one to come into the group after seeing what had happened to everyone else. It's not right. I'm along in my years. Specter approached me. I was death's door. They promised the way to resuscitate me. Gave me, he holds up his hand, just starts like arcing electricity through his fingers. Gave me this. Kept me alive. Said all I had to do was teach some loudmouth brick of meat a lesson. I started looking into it, started asking questions, found out that 1 and 1 didn't make 2.
And ironic for a group of anti-metahumans to start creating them themselves.
Things real quick, Rojan, I'd like to ask. Considering the nanomachines and how it works and everything for Max, is there any way I can record what this guy just said?
Give me a power roll.
Try it. Let's see, on this guy, power is still at 6, I think. I think it was still at 6. Let me get the Google out. I keep forgetting.
Where are we at the public opinion?
And it's just the dice, right? It's not like the other one where you had the D4 and everything. This is just the base dice, right? Remind me.
No, you get the D. No, were we doing the D4s?
I don't think so.
No, it wasn't.
It's just because I
straight
played the
power.
other system recently, because
No.
well, the other Friday, and my brain
Yeah.
is still. Yeah.
No.
Alright. So, let me get the d6 rolling and see what happens. That is going to be a 4.
A 4?
Yeah.
You try to will the nanomachines to be able to record it, but you feel a bit of confusion tingling through your body. Kind of makes you a little woozy for the moment, but you get the feeling that you're not in control of them as much as you need to be to do something like that. Right now they're basically your armor and your repair units.
Got you.
Don't forget your stress and your hero token for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a stress and a token. Okay. So yeah, if that doesn't do anything, I mean, we're good. Well, I'll just I'll let you keep going. No insurance policy today.
Okay.
Or maybe not here, at least. Is there any recording devices in this room that would have? Oh, well, he would have probably turned them off anyway. But we'll deal with that after, I guess. Sorry about that. All right, keep going. My apologies.
So, you want us to help save what is supposed to be our nemesis, whatever.
They're kids, just like you.
They might have
They
done something bad, but I don't think they deserve to die over it. If they got locked up, it wouldn't have bothered me any, but death, that's a whole nother thing.
This individual found people at their lowest, promised them something better. All they had to do was what they did, and their lives would have improved tenfold.
Here's the thing, when someone promises you something like that, it's never true.
Hindsight. Those in desperation will take whatever means to possibly raise their situation.
If something's too good to be true.
Most people don't think that way. When you're desperate, that's the last thing on your mind.
You take what you can get.
You take what you can get, exactly.
Is there a way we can have them released into the lab's custody type?
If they
thing?
were under the police, if they were under the jurisdiction of the police, maybe. They're under Specter jurisdiction. Like the only way.
Who the hell passed a bill to give a private paramilitary company frickin' legal jurisdiction in my city?
Chief of police signed off on it. Mayor signed off on it. After it, all Everett had to do was show them what happened at the steel mill, sparked fear in them, and now Specter is technically deputized.
Well, it sounds like the easiest place to get a hold of them is going to be at the execution point. Or during the transport there.
My thoughts exactly.
Not the first time we've derailed a train.
Yeah.
It's not a train, it's
Probably an armored vehicle.
convoy,
They are
yes.
going to be be expecting us.
Not the first time we've accidentally had a car chase.
Ugh. Don't remind me.
I say fuck them.
They still don't deserve to die.
Max is gonna look at the electric guy and he's gonna first of all say, well, got a name?
I have a name.
Any name that you want us to use?
Well, that depends. Are you willing to help me, or is this just where you get my name to tell me to fuck off?
Max is gonna look at him and he's gonna shake his head and he's gonna say, no. But where I come from, if you're going to make a business deal with someone, you want to know what to call them first.
Name's Luther.
Fine.
Luther Remington.
I'd say you know me, but you know me.
I do know you. Actually, I know all of you.
Yeah, he's been in the walls the whole time.
Yeah. No,
God damn
they've
it,
also
no.
gotten our dossiers beforehand, remember? They know about us.
The very fact that they knew about me is troubling in and of itself.
I know Frankie's grade point average from 3rd grade. That's how in-depth knowledge they have on you.
And
Look,
embarrassing.
2.5 is respectable for someone with a learning curve, okay?
Right?
Damn.
Oh,
Dare
that is
you?
embarrassing,
Grade
no
A
doubt. Get wrecked.
student.
Ouch.
Rude. God,
I'm
is
sorry,
this just
I
shit
did
on
you.
Frankie Day?
Damn, yeah, Frankie's just
You
getting... Frankie's just it's just fuck Frankie today.
Oh.
God.
Look, Luther or Lex. It's whatever his name was. Now I'm all confused.
Luther.
You said
Not
Luther.
Luther,
I
Lex,
went
the
Lex
other
Luther.
Lex.
So
No,
my brain
because,
added it in.
no,
Right.
not Lex Luthor. Luther.
Yeah. But Luther,
That'd be...
it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that recently, this same group of individuals has led us into a trap once.
I understand
feels
your
like a trap.
hesitation. He kind of
Yeah.
looks over the page. Am I lying?
Fortunately, no.
Doesn't mean.
Doesn't mean I don't like it.
Now, can you tell when someone's lying, or can you believe if they believe their own bullshit well enough?
Well, it'd be the same as a polygraph. If you believe your bullshit, you can pass a polygraph. Technically, if they're a good enough liar, it can fool me too.
I'm just saying, if the higher ups wanted to create this type of trap, so they leak the right information to you or someone they believe is going to act a certain way.
I just killed
Look.
5 Specter operatives this morning who tried to execute me. Last thing I want to
Okay.
do is help them out.
That's fair.
The way I see it, it's one of two things. Either he still works for them, heard everything we've said earlier, and one way or another our plans are completely scrapped already before they've been hatched, or this man is genuine, and we can take a gamble.
Look, I'm planning to hit the convoy tonight with or without you. I can definitely use the extra firepower.
Considering you're not anti-me, do something to you at least if I feel like you are not truthful.
And the way I see it, though, if we do this, we're going to need disguises for our disguises.
Different super suits, essentially.
Something that won't scream, hey, this is us. Here you go. Certain somebody from Kentucky that we don't like. And yes, I know it's Warren, but yeah, you know, like,
Or a
let's
way
give
to
you
expose
more
what they were-
ammo for your propaganda campaigns. Let's try not to feed him more garbage.
or a way to turn this against him.
I mean, how old was the girl who attacked me? She was like 17 or like I remember her being like super young.
He shakes his head like they're kids. The one that went after you, Melody, 17, 18 maybe. I don't know. Young. But then again, my age, everybody's young.
I'm still not a fan of this situation, but they don't need to die.
Max
Get out
nods.
of
Maybe
them,
we
not
can
die.
set them on a better path.
Louis. Do you think that, while we can, I don't know, maybe we could start, maybe there's not enough time for it, but maybe try to like post some random protest, like people. I want to eventually have it where it goes the opposite way, where they are killing children, and it's more the thing of like they don't understand like what is happening and everything. They're learning how to use their powers and
Control
So
their
you
powers.
not
make a reverse propaganda GPT bot.
Actually,
Something like that.
tell you what,
I mean, I can do that, but I'm not gonna help you save these guys physically. I'm sorry.
Luther.
You can think I'm an asshole, but they tried to kill me.
That's
These kids didn't, though. The one who tried to kill you is already dead.
which sucks. I would have liked for you to get that closure. But
I mean, I'll
they
help you guys out here, but I don't know. Like out of character, Louis still has stress points from that whole situation. So
yeah, fair.
he's
I mean, if anybody has, you know, the right to say no, fuck off, it's probably Louis, because Louis almost died.
Oh
How
yeah,
to bait-
100%.
How to bait the 19-year-old? It's okay, Louis. I understand if you're afraid.
And it was like, and you like
No
when
balls.
when Louis says, you know, no, fuck him and stuff like that, you don't really see like any sort of look of judgment or anything on Luther's face. Almost a bit of understanding.
So yeah, so Max's response to all of this would probably be asking Luther, "Look, I'm more than willing to help, but you're a mercenary and you know how these things goes. At least from what you told me earlier. So here's the deal. We'll help, and we're happy to save ass. What we want, or what I would like anyway, and you guys can tell me if you think it's a good idea or not, but what I would like in exchange is simply a full testimony from each of you about everything Specter has done to you."
I'll sweeten the pot. So he reaches into inside, like, into his coat and pulls out a shielded case, and he just throws it out onto like the countertop. Consider that a consultation fee.
Max will definitely raise an intrigue eyebrow here.
If we are going to do this, I'm going to need information on what we're going up against so I can prepare properly.
As he just points to the case, it's all in there. I was able to grab a good bit of data from the Specter drives before their execution squad showed up for me.
And that's going to include the capabilities of the men that are going to be on this convoy.
Capabilities of the men that are on this convoy are not anyone superhuman, if that's what you're asking. Ex-special forces, ex-military, stuff like that. Private military organization is technically what you can consider Spectre to be. You're not going to come up against most people from them that are like us. Just high-grade weaponry. Not necessarily something you're used to or know of. Everything is experimental. They know some of you can possibly be bulletproof, so they don't use bullets. They took the sci-fi route. They have plasma throwers.
Great.
All right, so we need plasma-proof vests, plasma-proof suits.
You
Then?
just need not to be hit. And Brad's like, well, I could give you all stealth suits. Not the turn yourselves invisible kind, but, you know, something less flashy than your normal uniforms. A little bit of a night mission sort of thing.
That might be helpful.
That would definitely be useful. When are they transporting them?
Executions tonight. I know
Then we're wasting time.
not a lot of time to prepare, but it's kind of sprung on all of us.
Well, I know what I'm doing with the nanomachines.
And Luther, sorry, got flashbang for a moment. Luther walks back over to like the kitchen area where the light socket is at. Any of you who show up tonight, I want to extend my thanks now. No, we sort of got off on the wrong foot. But like some of you said, these kids don't deserve to die.
I do have a question for you.
Shoot.
Any of that information on there, is it about the judge?
Little bit. Not much. Most of it's his notes. Though I'll tell you that not one of us has seen the man himself face to face. It's either through one of those creepy ass mannequins or through his assistant.
Who's his assistant?
Little roach of an individual known as Nigel. Though he doesn't seem to leave Specter HQ.
Is the location of that on there too?
No. You help me out tonight, I'll give you that location.
Sounds like a good
Matter
deal.
of time?
Anything else?
I think we have a lot of work to do, if anything else.
We do decide to show up. Where are you planning on hitting them?
About 15 miles outside the city.
Good to know.
The map is in that drive as well.
Does that include the route they plan on taking?
Yes. Though 15 miles out is the stopping point. I plan to hit them as soon as they stop. That way there's no chance of causing an accident and injuring those two. Speaking of injuring, I know some of you, or most of you anyway, are against killing. I'm not. You go in there to try to, preserve lives. That's up to you. But they've made this personal to me.
Max is gonna have that look on his face where he looks like he just ate a lemon. And he's just gonna. Oh, yep.
I was gonna say, Joan just probably looks a little sad at that, but she doesn't say anything.
Yeah, if anything after that, he's just gonna take a deep sigh. He's gonna look at Perkins and he's gonna say, Perkins, thoughts?
Perkins is silent for a moment. It's a tough query. You have a group who is most definitely going to be shooting to kill you. Disable them if you can. But we can't hold an outside individual to the same standards, and if anything, these individuals know what they signed up for.
Max is gonna nod and just say, well, in that case, main objective rescue, secondary objective minimal amounts of damage.
We'll do what we can. You do what you can. As long as we get those two free, that's all I care about.
You're a merc, minimal collateral. That's it.
I'm not a merc.
Oh, well, that's what I understood from how you were talking the last time.
I'm a history teacher.
Max blinks a few times. I see.
And like he just like reaches out behind him and you see his fingers start to spark as he just zips through the outlet again.
As he does that, can I attempt to copy his ability?
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Give me
Right,
a power.
same.
Give me a power roll with a. Let's make it a 6.
I rolled a 6, which explodes. For another 4, for a total of 10.
So you like watch him do that, and you just instantly feel like this tingle run through your body, as you can feel the excitement of like every electron and every molecule in your body just jumping around.
I'm gonna turn and look to Frankie, and I'm gonna attempt to copy what he did with his 2 little fingers when he zapped him across, and be like, I got some training to do.
And you do. You just like dance the electricity through your fingertips.
Ooh.
And as you do that, you can see Frankie's hair sort of like starting to stand on end.
I'm gonna look at Bradley. Is there a safe place for me to
Jim,
practice?
as he just
Make sure
points
I
to
don't
the
ruin any of
gym.
the electronics. Let me know when it's time to go and what the plan is. I'm gonna start heading towards the gym because I need to get a handle on how to use this.
Okay. So as all of you begin to prep up and your night mission suits are being run through the little fabricator that Bradley has, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here to get up, stretch our legs, get something to drink, and we will be right back. And
Thunderbolt.
we are back.
Is there one called like Zappy or Zip Zap or something?
Zippy Zap or Zap
Zippy
Zing
Zap.
or something.
What?
Pokemon moves. Pokemon moves for
Electrical
We
Pokemon
might
Pokemon.
be
Zap.
looking up.
Yep.
There's Zing Zap or Zippy
There you
Zap.
go. That's
Zippy
the one.
Zap. Yeah, Zippy Zap.
Quick
We
attack.
might be looking up Pokemon moves for.
She's looking up
electric type
Pokemon moves. She wants Bradley to paint red cheeks on her outfit so she can.
It needs to be bright yellow with
Go
red
Pikachu.
cheeks and.
Just a
I am
giant tail for
Pikachu.
some reason.
Yep. I am Pikachu. Just kidding.
So
I was really hoping you'd get an 11 or higher.
Oh,
What
what
is-
happened? Do I get to know?
Something special happens if you roll 5 or above the set DC.
Oh, I
Well, she
only
got a 6.
4 above.
Yep.
Oh.
'cause
One off.
DC was a 6.
Do you have any
and then
adversity tokens? You could.
She rolled a
I
10.
do
Add
have an
one.
anniversary token.
If you want to use it,
I kind of want to know what happens. So yeah,
I
let's
will-
do
You only
Okay.
need one.
it. If you'll let me.
yeah, I will let you because it's cool.
You
That's
know
the
what?
best reason.
Fair.
honestly.
Guess you
So-
wanna tease me?
Just to retcon it a little bit, as like you start making that electricity dance
Mm-hmm.
between your fingers, you feel something weird like take hold in your body. As this power doesn't feel like the other things that you've copied before. With the other abilities, they felt fleeting, temporary, like it was just like an open tab on a YouTube file.
Mm-hmm.
This is permanent. As like you somehow like looked at this guy, saw how his power worked, and something just clicked inside of you to where you make a permanent hard copy of that ability.
Oh, does that mean you could switch it on and off?
Yeah.
Oh, power upgrade for her. Yes, we got our first upgrade.
Take it. That's exciting.
Awesome.
That is really cool.
Can she still copy other powers
Yeah.
too?
The other powers are still temporary, but she has this now like on just a permanent part of her mind that is just there now for her to reach into and use if she needs to.
It's
Oh my
saved in
God.
a folder.
Now I have to
Yeah.
start practicing
You
how to
saved
hold
it
two
in
at
a
the same
folder.
time.
Yep.
So I can use it and a copied ability at the same time.
You just right click, save as, and there you go.
Yep.
Saved as Sparky. Or
See, that's
Pikachu.
gonna be perfect when she's
Sparky.
like, if she's in a shitty situation again,
Mhm.
she's got that back pocket. That is
Mhm.
so good for your character. I'm so happy.
And this is a good power to have on clutch. Like electricity is nothing to fuck with. So
Yep.
Yeah,
Because like if you
She makes
roll
someone explode from the inside.
like because like there's this rule in like the kids on system that like a 5 or like a 5 above the DC, a 10 above a DC, something good or spectacular happens because of it. It's like the equivalent of a critical success in D&D.
thanks for letting me retcon and use the hero token to get that. That's exciting.
Remember to spend your adversity tokens, folks. That
I mean, in her defense, she was just told, "Hey, here's the DC. Cool, I reached the DC. So
Yeah.
why use an adversity token otherwise? You know."
I know.
Yeah.
No, I know. I didn't mean it in like a bad way. I just mean like,
Oh, I know.
you can
Don't forget you have
you could
them.
also ask. We could
Yeah.
also, like we could also ask after
Mhm.
if it's something like, okay, you're keeping
Yeah,
a secret from me.
I'm flexible in that stuff.
DM?
Yeah, it's just like like Azerin says, rule of cool wins.
Yeah.
So you're just playing around with this power and you realize that this is now just a part of you. This isn't just something that you looked at and copied.
She probably tested it out a few times. Just open up a random YouTube. She probably has saved, copying that and switching back.
Yeah, like you go through and like you copy like different skills and stuff, but that electricity is still there.
I can use them in tandem?
You can use them in tandem. The power is
Oh,
not like, the thing is if say like at some point in time you copy another permanent power, you can shift. It's sort of like Mega Man. You can shift between those permanent powers, but anything that you just like temporary copy, you can use them in tandem with a power that you already have permanently stored in your brain.
Well, she's definitely going to start looking up some of the fighting videos she has on and take those and then try and use them in combo.
just loads up a Mortal Kombat Raiden combo video.
I was also thinking like mixing it with water as well.
Oh, that could be bad.
Way too.
That could be bad.
look, Paige just sent you a YouTube link to a anime called Fairy Tail, specifically a character Lexus. Just be like, here you go. There's some cool shit you could do.
Unfortunately, that's also not copyable because I need an actual person doing things. As far as I know.
She's like, want to do some cool shit with electricity? Here you go.
Right.
So
Rosa, it's a toggle, not a slot.
I have a video to post in V6 chat after we get off tonight. But you all spend the remainder of the day getting ready for tonight's operation. Louis, since you're not going out with them, you're pretty much on quote unquote monitor duty with Brad. Pretty much you're going to be the eyes and ears of the operation and everything, and providing any sort of like tech stuff that they need.
Yep.
The rest of you, as the time comes, Bradley gives each of you a less obvious version of your uniforms. Gone is the color, the flare and the color and everything that makes you stand out, and it's replaced with a bunch of blacks and modded grays, everything, things to help you blend into the darkness and not really be seen. Louis and I will be here. You need us. We'll be keeping eyes and ears on you. Thankfully, this time around, we have at least satellite visual on you all. If at any point in time you need a fast way out, you need to be pulled out, code word is rubber ducky. You say that, we'll bring you guys back here to the dorm. But all I could say is good luck.
I appreciate it.
Well, Max will crack his knuckles. Guess it's time to get to work.
Yes.
You see Perkins walking out in just like a very like form-fitting like black suit, like a combat suit, not like a dress. And she's got that grenade launcher in her hand. She's got like a belt of knives on. She's got what looks to be a shotgun slung onto the back of her back. She's like, I'm fire support and fire support only. I'll deal with the less important targets.
Max will nod and he'll look at Louis and ask Louis, can we at least count on you for information control? Try to block out as many signals from entering and exiting the area.
I'll do what I can with the access I have.
And she looks over to Amelia. It's like, do not freak out. I left my other body in your room. Just in case you may go in there before the night is done and you see a quasi torsoless corpse.
Other body.
She pulls she like reveals like a good portion of, or she reveals her collarbone. You could see from like just like a V line down is flesh, and then everything else is attached to a metallic body.
That had to probably take some time to get used to.
No. Let's just say when I was resuscitated, I woke up like this.
Fascinating.
You didn't have to do that.
Didn't
We do
have to do
appreciate
what?
it.
She kind of looks at you
Your
confused.
body.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. That other body is just my day-to-day business suit. This is what I would wear on missions.
Interesting. Okay.
If you want a reference, think the setup of like the Borg Queen from Star Trek, to how it's just like the collarbone and like just like a small V line down of the body, and the rest of it is for like the shoulders, and the probably a good 85% of the body is cybernetic.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any last questions, requests?
Why rubber ducky?
It's something that nobody's going to say while fighting. It's not a word that normally comes up in normal conversation.
Fair.
Well, good luck. And I'll have pizza ready when you guys come back. As he like walks over and just taps just a button on the laptop, as all of you are just teleported again without warning, just zap out into the outskirts of town on like a small hill overlooking the roadway. And off in the distance you can see the lights of the convoy slowly driving down the road, getting closer as time goes by. As Luthor, I almost said Luthor because DC. As you see Luthor there, sort of just like kneeling down with like a pair of binoculars, just watching the convoy. I'm happy that you took my invitation. I didn't think two of us were going to be too much of a force to reckon with these types.
Two.
Yes, thankfully the other member of our group was eagerly happy to help.
The one that went after Cryptid.
No, he's in hiding right now. After his confrontation with Cryptid, he decided to lay low.
And who's the other member?
Louis.
Thought they were dead.
No, I'm saying Louis.
Oh.
Sorry. You can hear this conversation going on through the open comms. And for some reason or another, you punch in a view of like the security cams in the holding cells, and you notice the Ant King is gone.
How the fuck?
Is
We know
he
who broke him
uh,
out.
as he like he puts a finger to his ear. And
Bradley?
yeah, what's up?
Ant King is not in his cell.
Oh wait, what the oh shit. Amelia's gonna be pissed. As you see Luthor put a finger up to his ear, and he's like, Eugene, my boy, it's time to ruin the picnic. And as he says that, you hear a loud rumbling, and then off in the distance you just see another one of those giant ants erupt up from the ground, like instantly not derailing but knocking a couple of like the smaller convoy cars off the road and toppling them topsy-turvy off of the road. But as soon as this large one comes in, you see just a ton of like these smaller giant ants rushing out of the tunnel as well. Eugene now in like a full-on like legitimate suit, not the Jan Sport backpack, you know shit that he got from Big Five previously, but a full-on rendered suit. I mean, it still kind of makes him look ridiculous. He's got the full ant helmet and everything, but as these little ants sort of start piling out of the hole, they start rushing the cars, and then you can just see spurts of flame coming from them as they start lighting the cars on fire.
Gee,
At least learn from his mistakes. I think that's our cue.
I have multiple monitors, correct?
Yeah. Think back computer style amount of monitors here.
All right, cool. So while I'm watching this horror picnic happen, I'm having like another monitor off the side start scrolling back visual logs of Ant King's cell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So I'm just like, I'm just like, like jumping backwards on the video feed.
And you see, as like you're jumping backwards through the video feed, around the time that Luthor exits the kitchen after talking to you, you see him pop into the cell, grab Ant King and take him out through just like the same way he popped in.
So you
And
turned both of them into electricity?
What's that?
Did he turn both of them into electricity?
Yep.
Sorry.
He grabbed he grabbed a hold of Eugene, and they both materialized into electricity and zipped out of there.
yeah, I clip that and I send it over to Bradley's terminal, and like, we need to figure out how to fix that.
Bradley's like, I don't know how that works. For all intents and purposes, there is no electrical outlet in there. Like, that is a clean room. That is a sterile room. That is a static-free zone. He's like, look, punch something up on the computer, have it pull all of the information from the past week on that guy's cell. Every angle we can. We got to figure out how in the hell that got through.
All right. Louis starts running a program to like look for, anomalies in the video.
Okay, go ahead and give me a tech roll.
Okie dokie. Let me see. Sure, my tech. Oh. Sorry. Just verifying my tech roll. Tech is D. Cool. Oh, there we go. That is a 6.
A 6? Okay. You successfully are able to interface with the computer system here. Bradley's given you the access for it, so you're able to interface and start running like a security diagnostic on the videos as you're still keeping eyes in the sky here.
Cool.
Luther stands up and sort of tilts his head from side to side, just popping his neck. You all ready?
So that looks like our cue.
Yeah.
See, he holds up a hand and he just closes it, and like a very like Zeus style, like over exaggerated thunderbolt appears in his hand, and he just chucks it at the front of the lead truck. And as he does, it strikes it, and an electrical current runs through the car itself and shuts it down. Well, let's have some fun. As he like turns into electricity and just crashes down in front of the truck itself, and is just standing there waiting for the troops to pour out. What are you all doing?
Well, I think I'm going to take a page out of Sparky's book, because that's what I'm calling this guy from now on. And she's also going to attempt to turn to electricity, but she, instead of crashing down in front of them, she wants to try and see if she can get kind of a sense for who's in what's car as she goes, as focus is rescue.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a power roll. We're gonna call this, let's call it a 6.
And I rolled a 7.
So as you begin to like familiarize yourself with the power, you get a sense of everything probably within a good half mile of you, feeling the electrical impulses of every living creature around you. It's a little bit overwhelming for you at this point in time, but you can sense that in the back of that truck that Luther just hit, there's probably about a good 15 to 20 individuals inside of it.
I feel like that would be where they were holding the prisoners then. There's more people in that one versus all the other ones.
Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, it's the only truck that kind of showed. It's the only car that isn't currently being torched or torn apart by the ants in the back.
So when I materialize, I would like to do it at the back of that car.
Okay. And you materialize at the back of the car as the doors like slowly begin to open. And as they do, you see a bunch of like, it almost looks like a nightmare out of a sci-fi movie. Just these individuals in this hulking armor, with these strange like guns that have like just this glowing energy sort of like spooling at the front. Heavy helmets cover their faces. It looks like they've got like giant like breathing masks over the mouth. Each one of their backs has a power pack for these guns.
Target acquired.
And that's what one of them say, as they say target acquired, and the first three in front just all like take aim. As you see, they flip a switch on the gun as it powers up. One warning: surrender now and live. Resist, we cannot guarantee your safety.
Can I do any sort of diagnostic on the armor with the reconnaissance I have?
Give me a give me a tech roll. Let's call this a 7.
Okie dokie. Okay, that is, I'm gonna have to burn 2 points. So I'm out of points, but that gets me to a 7.
Okay. So you start again punching in, and you're having the system now run a diagnostic on the security feeds, and now you're running a diagnostic on these strange looking apparatuses. As all of this is going on, what are the rest of you doing?
Well, considering in this situation stealth is paramount, I'd like to see if there's any way to use that reconfiguration aspect of the nanomachines to try to give me some form of optical camouflage.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
Change the color around, you know.
Let's go ahead and do a power roll here.
Okay, rolling the proper dice this time, which is a D4. I confused muscle and power last time.
We're gonna call this a 4 because because this is asking the nanomachines a pretty big task here.
So lo and behold, I finally burst after 3 episodes. Yeah, that's a 4.
5.
Okay, if you burst
with an extra 3 added, so 4, 5, 6, 7.
Before, okay, so you roll the D6 on top of it.
Oh no, sorry, it's supposed to be D6. I rolled a D4.
No, because it explodes, so you roll the next one up because your power's
Would
now.
you believe me if I told you the D6 exploded?
Nice.
Nice. Keep going.
Keep going.
D8.
D8.
Okay, I will film this. The D8 exploded.
Fucking Christ. Okay.
I'm not joking. The fucking D8 just exploded. I am not joking. I will film the fucking dice through it.
Look, I'm narrowing my eyes at you, but not because of doubt. It's because of jealousy.
Keep going.
Look, you know how my dice are.
D10.
They hate me for 6 episodes straight, and then one of a sudden they're going to give me everything, and then they're going to hate me for another 6 episodes.
Keep going.
12 after this,
no,
yeah?
D10. D10.
D10.
Sorry, 10
D10.
first. Yeah,
How dare you skip?
Look, you're right. Okay, that's a 2. Thankfully, we stop here.
4.
I was about to say, if that
18,
explodes 2,
20.
I'm going to eat my shorts with a bucket of mustard.
So you're up to 8. So that's up to a 20. I asked for a
What
4.
cool things happen?
So,
Oh, he's 16 ahead.
Overachiever.
So what happens when we're 5 over?
Max,
It's 10 over.
You stand up
16 over total. Wow.
and for whatever reason, something between you and the nanomachines finally click. And as you flex and tense your muscles, those who are still near you see you go completely invisible. Not mirrored, not like a little image distortion. You are completely out of sight as the nanomachines warp and disfigure you to a perfect amount to where you are now duplicating the space around you to make it appear as if nothing is there.
Good old James Bond invisible car effect.
Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's not like you're using mirrors or anything like that. It's just reality because of these nanomachines is being distorted around you.
Nice.
Now, with a 10, since you went above and beyond that, you can create a stealth field around you.
I mean, y'all down to go invisible for a bit?
I mean,
I'm
Say
not
no
gonna
more.
say no.
I'm just offering, fam.
since
Take it or
apparently you're
leave it.
creating a black hole right now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, can you imagine if you tried to flex to create something?
I told you I would flex back in time or some shit. I would fold space by flexing. I told you what happened one day.
By flexing, he did it.
By the way,
did.
Max, because you're up to a D10, you've technically leveled in power. You've
Okay.
leveled in your power, so something quote unquote evolutionary will happen for you, as it's technically like a level 2 advancement type thing. But we'll
that's awesome.
talk about that later. But
Okay.
as you create that stealth field, you, Frankie, and Paige are enveloped in this field. As long as anybody stays within 10 feet of you, you cannot be seen.
Nice.
You can see, those of you inside the field can still see each other and anything else that enters the field. But outside looking in, anything within that 10-foot perimeter cannot be seen. So as you guys are now stealth, Paige, Frankie.
How many people do we see? Like, what's the group?
As you're standing right now, you really don't see anybody from where you're at, though you can see Gemma in the back sort of smiling as there's just like a bit of glowing light now like shining towards her.
Oh, goodness. And we're out in the open?
Out in the open, but you are stealth at the moment.
Okay. Is there a way for me? Are there trees around? Or buildings? Like
Trees.
What's the setting?
You're on the
Okay.
outskirts. You're on the outskirts. It's, you know, trees and grass and stuff like that.
For some reason, I keep picturing a desert in my head. like Vegas style desert.
No, you're not in Vegas.
If it's possible, since no one's really expecting it, can I do ye old fill myself up with helium and kind of take to the sky? Not too terribly high, but enough to see what the surroundings look like.
Jesus, Lana, the helium, you're gonna kill us.
It's not flammable! Slap!
Love it.
I rewatched, for the record, I rewatched that episode when we like logged off last time. And
Yeah.
I was just like, it's too funny. I had to.
It was great.
Yeah, you can definitely use the helium. You can definitely create helium and make yourself lighter to lift yourself off the ground. How high are you looking to go?
I want to say as high as I can until I see people and then kind of stop and then find like kind of maneuver my way out of it. I don't want to go like so high where I've got like a bird's eye view of them. I just want to get high enough to where I can see anyone or anything.
Let's see here. Let me go to your sheets. Because I don't want to give you something impossible that you can't do. Are your powers not on your dock?
No, it is. It's at
there
the
we go.
very top. It's power is the top one.
Okay, let's go ahead and call this a 5.
A 5?
Yep.
Okay. Oh! It exploded.
Nice.
Oh my god.
You go up to a D8
Everyone
now.
today.
Roll that 8. What'd you get?
I am not fucking with you guys. I got an 8.
Oh,
Nice.
It's
Nice.
the day.
I swear to God, I'm laughing because I'm like, oh my God, I'm pulling a max right now.
The
Oh
day
my
has
God.
pulling a max.
Jesus I'm jealous.
Christ.
I'm jealous
From-
'cause I didn't get the second explosion like you guys did.
Okay,
I
so
did have to 1-up max though because I got a 5 on the D10. So
so
you bitch.
you mean a 5 on the D6? Oh, okay.
no, the
D10.
D10 because it's now a D10. Yeah.
Well,
It's a
since you
D6.
rolled higher.
Yep, D10. So
Yeah,
that's
D6
what,
went to a D8. I got
5,
an 8, and
13, and then so you got 18,
19.
then 8,
19.
So 18.
Well, since you rolled higher on the
Fucking
D10, I guess
hell.
we're calling it.
All right.
19, yeah, 19.
So
We're all doing cool
Paige,
shit.
Jesus Christ, we're out for blood, guys.
Paige.
We're revenge.
your power is now will also now hit the evolutionary flux, but as you begin to lift up, it feels weird. You don't feel helium. You're in complete control. You can now fly.
Oh, yes.
I've become Jean Grey.
That's not a good thing to be.
That well,
I was about to
considering how
say.
considering how
Three
she
people that
also
can fly?
doesn't have full control of her powers, you know, it's kind of fitting. I just can't, explode the universe. Not yet,
Please
anyway.
don't. Please don't. Concerned.
Yeah, okay. She's gonna have that moment where she feels something different and changing in her body, and at the moment she's not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But she's gonna kind of put a pin in it for now and go, okay, I'm gonna have to explore this later because I'm on a mission.
Paige made
But she
pixie
very much
dust and
makes
had
note.
happy thoughts. Oh my god.
Don't say that when sexual pheromones, like,
Oh,
make her
lordy.
weird. Don't do that. I had happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts. What kind of happy thoughts?
Murder hoboing. No. So she's gonna make a note of it for now, as she's gonna take to the sky, with this weird new feeling she's feeling, and gonna see what she can find.
Okay. And as you kind of like move around, and it's weird because it's no longer floating. You have complete control. You have the ability to create like almost you almost have the ability to like create mass to kick off of, to be able to control flight, to control like your directions, and if like you need to go like quickly to a certain way, you're able to just easily maneuver. And you begin to like go around, like circle around. You can see now like these three individuals pointing these almost look like space marine looking weapons towards Gemma, and Gemma's just standing there with like a big smirk on her face.
Stupid looking
She-
grin.
Normally she'd warn her, but considering how she's got a smirk on her face or a big old grin, she's just gonna be like, yeah, something tells me she's got this. I'm gonna trust my teammate because holy shit. I'm actually gonna see if I can flank and be unnoticed and kind of fly over to the other side. That way, if they have their focus in the front, when people start charging forward or whatever my team decides to do, I can just start emitting whatever chemicals I choose at the time to kind of help crowd control, since that's kind of her
Yep.
thing. She's very much support.
Oh my god, you're gonna crop dust people.
I am!
Yeah, you can totally do that.
But, totally sexy crop dust. That's a thing, right?
Okay, pause.
We're not even gonna
think
get
that's
into
it.
that. We're not even
No,
gonna
thank
get
you.
I
into
was about
that.
to say, like, objection, Your Honor.
To some people it is.
Frankie, what are you doing?
That sounds like a Warren thing.
So I have been scrolling through the superpower wiki.
Okay.
There's something called sound portal creation.
Explain.
The power to create sonic portals. Technique of sound manipulation. Variation of elemental portal creation.
Okay. Okay, I could see this because you're technically you're traveling through like
Sound waves travel.
Yeah, you're traveling through like the audio spectrum.
Also, sound waves are created by object vibrations that produce pressure waves, for example, a ringing cell phone. So
pretty much make a sound, teleport.
Essentially.
Yeah, totally feasible.
Teleport through the sound.
I was thinking, because we're all gathering around this van that has...
It's a truck, but yes.
This Cybertruck that is...
No, it's not a Cybertruck.
It is now.
It would have exploded the moment that lightning hit it.
I want to remain invisible and somehow try to portal the two people that need to... that we need to save out of it.
It's going to be hard. Not saying it's impossible. It's going to be hard because you don't have a visual on them. And you don't know you don't know where in the truck they are. You would technically be blind firing.
Okay, that may be an idea for later. I've been really just trying to figure out what I'm should be doing because I am.
I will say that you like Frankie's abilities are like one that can seriously fuck people up.
Yeah, I know. It's just like I'm trying to figure out like because I don't want to just keep doing the like tinnitus thing or
Mhm.
like I don't want to be like a banshee or anything like that
Why?
because
The Banshee
Banshees
ability
are
is
awesome.
Banshee ability is
There's-
awesome.
well yeah, but there's also other people that there's collateral damage.
You can directionally aim that
Yeah.
stuff.
You have control of the sound waves. So you can deafen some people while still be, popping heads with everyone else.
They make their little sound guns.
They're so cool.
They are.
I mean,
So
yeah, like this is a game where the rule of cool is in constant effect because it's superpowers. There's like no laws of physics when it comes to this.
how close are we to the truck?
From where you're standing at the top of this hill, you're probably a good 50 feet from it.
Okay, so I would have to lose my invisibility if I were to go there closer. Mhm. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest, like I know you told me that I need to like practice like learning more about
You're all good.
like or trying to be prepared so when it's my turn. That's why I really
Hey,
desperately think
I'm not holding anything against anyone. Everyone's powers are still new to them.
Still new, and it's not like we have like a character sheet that says exactly what they do.
And your powers have
we
a
can't get
very broad spectrum.
Yeah.
Can I make
It's
the
not
whole
like D&D
truck-
where you have a spell list and you just go pick out your spell.
Can
Fair.
you make the whole truck what?
Can I make the whole truck vibrate?
Yeah. You can pretty much
I'll knock them down
can
for
turn
you.
that you can turn the trailer of the truck into a tuning fork. Like just hit the truck with like enough like sonic force or whatnot and cause the reverberations inside to like disorient or something.
That.
Okay.
I can get closer and not be invisible. That would be fine. Like if it's if that's an issue of me being too far away to do it.
Sound travels. I mean,
and quickly.
yeah. Like from where you're standing, you could present mic that shit. You don't have to be, super close.
Yeah.
All right. So how are you going to create the sound wave that's going to vibrate against this against the truck?
It's so silly, but what if she has like little finger symbols?
Okay. You just
And
like
that's
pull
what
out the
she
little
uses.
finger symbols. Oh
Well,
my
like,
god,
one-
that's gonna be
one.
annoying because it's just like this little finger symbol noise, and it just starts getting louder.
Mhm.
Better than a cowbell.
Needs more
Sick.
Or the
cowbell.
triangle.
Okay,
It's like ching ching.
Go
and
ahead.
Then like just
go ahead and give me a power roll. We're gonna call it a 5 because you are trying to turn the trailer of this truck into a tuning fork here.
It is a D6.
It's a
that I
D6.
have.
Yep.
Okay. And that fell behind. It bounced out of my.
I heard it
dice
fall.
tray.
I heard it fall.
Gently. It was a what?
A 5.
I got a 4, and I don't have adversity tokens or hero tokens.
Now for next time.
Well, you have adversity unless somebody else wants
I
to
don't
use
have
2 of
any.
theirs.
I don't have any.
No, it's fine.
Okay, it's not bad. It's only a failure by 1. So you start making the little finger symbol noises, and it starts the sound starts to like emanate out, and it hits the side of the truck, and there's like a small hum that starts to like come from it from the inside. But you get a feeling that you're going to need something a little more percussive in order to generate the force that you want. These finger symbols aren't going to be enough kick.
Got it. So stealth mode, no thank you. I need my drumsticks. Got it.
Well, technically you're still stealth. It's just nobody knows where the sound is coming from.
She didn't bring her drumsticks with her. She brought the finger symbols.
Oh my god. From Spanish culture, just a little symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? That is useful for someone who uses sound waves and you need something like that's great. Or a harmonica.
A
So
battle tuning fork. Yep. So
alright.
you're still generating the sound, and it's causing a bit of a hum that like people like the guys inside are
It's
looking around,
distracting, but
and then a distraction. But not much damage is done to anybody inside. Not bad. No, oh god, bagpipes. Kill me.
Oh, I like the
oh
sound
my
of
god,
bagpipes.
that is yes,
So
absolutely.
as the 3 individuals in the front are aiming at Gemma, the top of the truck sort of folds out as the other 12 individuals that were in there leap out with like jetpack assisted armor, and they spread out like amongst the field itself. A couple of them go into the front, a couple fall in back flanking Gemma, and a couple go onto the sides. As the ones that jump to the front, Luther just shakes his head like, you boys chose the wrong side. I wish I could say I'm sorry, but I'm not. As he just like throws out an arc of electricity that just begins to jump between the three of them, just holding them in place as their bodies are starting to seize up. And you can like hear them fighting, trying to scream, but their jaws are clenched so tight from the electricity that they're just standing there as he's frying them. Gemma,
Yes.
what are you doing to the 3 individuals in front of you?
Well, you said they have like a battery pack on the back of their things. That's
They
powering...
have very large packs that seem to be powering these weapons.
I kind of want to chain lightning and overpower the packs and cause them to overload.
Okay. Definitely do this. What is your power at right now?
A D8.
A D8. All right, let's call this a 6.
Okay. Come on, be nice to me. Okay. That's another 7. I'll take it.
Okay. So you start you kind of do the same thing that Luther did, but but opposite, to where you're not targeting the bodies. You start making the bolts, or the bolts sort of like dance between the packs on their weaponry, which they sort of like, you see the front of the gun where the light was building sort of die down as they kind of like look at the guns and sort of start hitting it, and kind of a little perplexed because they weren't really expecting to go up against a second electricity user. But as they do that, Paige, where you're standing at, and those of you on the hill, a couple of them jumped behind Gemma, as you saw, as they raised their guns ready to fire. Do I have a reaction from any of you?
Can I teleport to them?
You want to teleport to them?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you can attempt to teleport to them. Though that's going to put you next to them and possibly in their line of fire.
Yeah, it's fine.
How much time do I have to do anything right now?
It depends on what you're doing. You can also make an attack from where you're at if you want. Ooh. Or you can teleport. I have an idea if you teleport to them.
I don't like that sound, but I will still teleport to them because
Okay.
I can use my sound waves in hand to hand, and I can.
All right, Frankie, power roll again of a 5. Max, what are you looking to do?
Could I potentially have Max well, one of two things actually. You said we're in a bit of a forest area, right?
Not a forest area. There are a couple trees around, but it's not a forest.
Okay, so it's more like a plains.
Yeah.
With a bit of a road and like a couple of
kind
sparse
of,
bushes and trees and stuff, but nothing like
think of it
fancy.
Think of it as like the execution point was gonna pretty much be what would look like a typical makeout point.
Yeah, okay. They brought them to the bench on top of a hill. Got it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh,
but not
God.
really on top of a hill. Got it. In that case, I would like. Well, sorry, it's just you know how Max typically is. It's either I run in or I throw something at them.
Max does.
Is
like
there anything to throw?
What are you looking to throw? Just something heavy?
Yeah, it'll basically either cause damage or knock them out. The other option is, run into them as fast as I can. But yeah.
There is a tree.
Okay.
And then there's a boulder.
How big are both?
Yeah, I was about to say, like that could go from not so heavy to holy shit.
The tree itself is a decent sized tree. I mean, if Max were to grab it and chuck it, it probably can hit all three of them. Boulder, same way. The boulder.
Which is the heavier out of the two?
What's that?
Which would you say is the heavier out of the two? Because I mean, a tree with roots can be really hard to pull out.
The boulder's going to be easier to pick up.
I figured. And I mean, since we're in a camouflage field, they wouldn't even see the boulder coming until it exits the camouflage field.
They don't even see. They don't see the tree or the boulder because they're in the stealth field at the moment.
Fuck it.
Why do I just picture the top of the tree sticking out the top of the stealth field?
It's just the tree, yeah.
All right. You know what? Yeah, imagine just a tree out of nowhere.
Yep.
You know what? Max is not the most intelligent. I will roll a D2 first of all to see what he chooses to pick.
As you're doing that, Frankie, go ahead and make your roll.
I already did with multiple dice, just testing. They all hate me.
You can't. You can't roll multiple dice. Roll one dice.
No, I know. I rolled the first one and got a 3 and decided, okay, well that was a fail. And then I'm like, let me test it to see if the other dice hate me too, and they do. But this one's a new one, so let me see. Maybe I should put it on a table instead of my ottoman below me. Four.
Okay.
But it was a difficulty of 5. I could use my adversity token.
Yes, you can.
But I kind of want to save it because it's the only one I have.
I mean, do you want to fail? Because failure can lead to injury.
I'll use an adversity hero token.
Okay. So you sort of clap your hands this time together, sending out a louder sound wave, and you pull yourself along with it.
Okay.
Now, when you exit, are you looking to disrupt them in any way, or are you only looking to get to Gemma?
So there's 3 behind her, and they all have their guns trained on
Yep.
her. Is there a way I can angle myself to kind of knock at least one of them down?
I mean, you can make it to where you teleport, is when you appear, you can release that sonic wave to like knock them around a little bit.
Gemma, are you okay with that? Or do you want me to do something different?
Go for it. Do what you
Okay.
want.
Okay.
Bravo.
I will.
She's having happy fun time adrenaline right now. She's like,
There she
do
is.
whatever you want.
I'm Pikachu.
Exactly. At this rate, she's gonna be motherfucking Raichu.
Yeah, I'll do that and release the sound wave, but like try to put it in like they're lined up, right?
They're
Like,
right. They're shoulder to shoulder firing squad
Yeah.
style.
I'll angle it so that way it's like
So
I'll be teleporting next to Gemma, but like
you throw the wave
facing
out towards
the
them.
opposite way.
Yep.
And
So you clap your hands and you begin to pull yourself through the sound wave, and as you rematerialize, you throw the sound wave towards the 3 in front of you, and it causes them to stumble back, and the guns go wide and they go off as you just see like these beams of yellow energy kind of just like shoot off into the sky. And as they kind of like stumble back, Max, what did your Max genius dice give you?
So, sadly enough, they decided to go for the tree because, you know, why would we go for the intelligent pick that can actually be easily pulled out of the frickin' ground?
True. So, you're at a D10.
Oh, okay.
Power-wise, I mean.
Yeah.
And you need to use your muscle to pull this out.
Okay.
What you can do is give me a muscle roll, and then roll a power die and half it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that this is gonna be an 8 difficulty, as you're trying to rip a tree out of the ground at the moment.
Very much understandable. Okay, muscle was at a D6 right now, and then we're gonna add the power roll and half it. Okay. What is a... Ooh, that's a 7. We're just short.
Okay.
Adversity tokens?
Do you have an adversity token?
Yeah, from when I failed the recording earlier.
So if you use that, it'll kick it up to 8.
Fuck it. As the kids say, we ball. Let's do it.
So
do it live.
you just like jam your fingers into the trunk of this tree, grit your teeth, and you begin to like slowly pull. You feel the roots like slowly but surely giving way as you're like, you see the nanomachines sort of like hardening around your skin, like increasing your muscle density as you rip this tree out of the ground, and it causes just like an audible sound everywhere of this tree just being uprooted. Nobody can see the fucking tree except for like the portion, except for some reason the portion sticking outside of the field. So it looks like it just looks like there is a graphical glitch in the Matrix at the moment.
The chunk
It's like when
Fucking love
Minecraft
this.
loads the chunks in the sky.
I love how
And
fucking
it's like
dumb this ends up being.
The guns go wide and everything. They start looking at. They look over and they see the tree just sticking out of the field, and they sort of like look at one another like, "The fuck is that?"
Oh lord.
And I take it you're going to use the tree to just throw it at these guys.
Yeah, it depends on the range, if they're close enough, baseball bat them with the tree. If they're too far, throw the tree.
Yep. So you pull back and you just like double overhand throw this tree as it flies and it collides into them, crashing into their bodies and pinning two of them down, as the other one was like sort of hit but sort of brushed off to the side, as he was hit with more of like the branch part of the tree and not the trunk.
That works.
There's like two like skid away pinned, and he's like he's taken down and he's on his hands and knees for a moment, but still technically active.
Okay.
Paige, as you're over the as you're like hovering over the truck right now, you notice that there were two teams of two that jumped out on either side of the truck to like sort of provide like any sort of flanking or support that they could. And you're able to look down inside the truck and you see that there are two individuals like in a small like prison cell.
Oh, in the truck.
In the truck.
Okay. Is this like a semi truck?
Yeah, like
It is. Okay.
Yeah, it's a semi truck, and the trailer itself opened up almost like G.I. Joe battle cruiser style to allow the armed individuals to jump out. And you've got two on the left, two on the right of the truck. You see on the back Gemma having fun with the three individuals in front of her as she's just electrocuting their backpacks. Frankie teleports somehow behind her, hits the other guys with the sonic boom that sends them stumbling, their shots going wide, and then out of nowhere a tree just flies in and takes two of them out.
Out of
Oh,
nowhere,
God.
tree.
One of the two guys in front of me out of the four, or just another group?
The ones that were in back of Gemma and facing Frankie.
Oh God. Okay.
And that guy's like on his hands and knees now, sort of trying to get up after being brushed by a tree. And you've got two active on the right and two active on the left.
Okay. She is going to let out like a sleeping gas from her
Okay.
to make them pass out, because what she wants to do next, she doesn't want to startle these guys. She is going to basically create acid so she can go into the truck inside the cell and grab these two. But first things first, she wants to not cause too much of a commotion. So she's going to release.
You're gonna dust the two on either
sleep.
side of the truck.
Yes.
All right. This is going to be a difficult roll because they are wearing breathing masks, but
Correct.
let's see. Your power is at a 10 though.
It is.
Let's go ahead and I'm going to call this a 10 because of the breath masks.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I swear to God, I'm not lying. I got a 10.
Nice. That goes
I
up.
swear to God.
That power kicks up to 12.
Jesus Christ.
That is amazing.
Oh, why am I rolling a d20? That's the wrong one. Nope.
You're not there yet.
That's not.
Almost.
Yeah, it's. Ooh, you tease. I got a 10 on that one. So,
It's
It's a
still
total
10
of
out.
20. That's a 10. That's
20. Yeah. I like teetered on the 12 for a moment and then rolled over. I was like, oh,
Yep.
you tease.
So you reach out and you just create a thick cloud of sleeping gas on either side of you, or just like a sleeping chemical on either side of you, and you watch as it like descends down upon these guys and it begins to corrode away at the armor. And as it breaks through the masks, you can see them kind of like clawing at the mask itself in just a frenzy before they just fall completely unconscious.
Don't make that face, Frankie. I'm not killing them. It's just
No, I
that
know.
one. Like, oh god, she's melting their faces.
As you feel
Masks.
something terrible inside of you, this glee feeling up, as you can now control your pheromones and your like your chemicals and whatnot to eat through matter.
Oh no. This is both good and bad. Oh no.
Like
Oh, no.
no breath mask now is safe.
Oh god. Making a note
And
of that.
you just feel like this just almost sick sense of glee running through you, as that wall that has always been held like in front of you of anybody just with a gas mask or anything just shutting your power down is no longer a thing.
She does not like this feeling. Like, despite
Yeah,
having this
yeah.
this glee, she's just like this
It's
is
like
not who she wants to be.
that doubt is like slowly being eaten away
Yeah.
as you get a taste of what your power can actually be at this point.
Oh, she's I think at this point, which makes sense considering how we're only doing like a power around kind of situation. I think at this point she's just gonna like land on top of the truck and just like lay down flat and just kind of just breathe. Like, she still has her face mask on, but she's just like holding it almost like an inhaler, and she's just taking deep breaths and just giving herself a moment, because she does not like that she felt that way. That is not a good sign.
Okay.
So she's literally taking a breather right now before she proceeds.
The guy in front of me is still struggling to get up, right?
He's getting up and he's not looking happy as you see him reach for the gun as he picks it up and just goes to like quickly just jerk fire towards you and Gemma. As Gemma, you're still like shutting the guy's packs down in front of you. You have enough control as to where you're not damaging them. You're just pretty much making fools of them at the moment. So it's up to you on how you want to go about this. But being quasi tech nerd that you are, you know that these packs aren't going to be able to take this much electricity for that long before they turn into bombs.
So yeah, she doesn't want to turn them into bombs, especially since these guys were kind of at the back of the truck and we need to get in that truck. So she'll probably... She wants to focus electricity. I'm not sure how much of this I can do, so you let me know. But she wants to focus electricity to her extremities to where it's on covering her feet and hands to hopefully help her mobility as well as so she can move in. And
oh, you're going to flash this. Okay.
Yeah, she wants to start...
Speedster shit.
Speedster start smacking people with the like taser level punches. She wants to tase some motherfuckers with her hands at the same time.
You can definitely give me a power roll to tase a motherfucker.
Okay. Come on, dice.
Nice. Okay, you're at a D8 right now?
Yes.
All right, let's call this a 6.
Tonight was just our night, isn't it? Because that's a motherfucking 8.
Okay, that exploded. God
We're
damn.
just out for blood. We were like, you guys, we had a lot of lows.
Oh my
We need
gosh.
a high.
You know what? It reminds me.
10.
It reminds me of
Jesus
that one
fucking
time.
Christ.
You know.
Okay, there's a
Rogan
10.
went-
There's a 10.
And another 10. So a total of 28?
Bruh.
Yeah, I think she's allowed to do that.
So,
Look, we've had a lot of lows. This is our high.
Just tell me about it.
Frankie,
I
you
should've-
see like Gemma pull the electricity back from these backpacks and into her hands, and then slowly starts going down to her feet as you can see her body just start phasing with the high speed that she's moving, and she just vanishes for a moment. And then you just hear pop, 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 and then she appears back where you're at. And the guys are standing there for a moment. And then they begin to react as they're being hit, as she's already standing next to you. She hit them so fast that the impact had to catch up. And as she does that, the three of them just go down.
That was you?
She gives you that big shitty grin that she's probably been wearing for a while now. And she's also probably riding the high of electricity.
Go ahead and mark on your sheet as well that you now have an evolutionary flux as well that we can talk about offline.
All right, I'll put it next to my power die.
Frankie, dude behind you with a gun popping up, taking a shot.
Okay. So, like, so he like blind fires like into the air, kind of.
No, he pretty much he picks the gun up and just like underhand fires towards you and Gemma.
Oh.
Or it looks like he's going to. He pops up and he aims the gun, but you have a chance to react before the gunshot goes off.
Is there some way I can use, like, I could make like a barrier to kind of bounce it back to him?
Sound barrier, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to kill him, but he's trying to kill us.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're at a what right now for power wise?
D6.
All right.
I have all of my D6 dice out.
Go ahead and let's make this a 4.
Six.
That explodes. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and make it now. Go ahead and roll an 8.
Okay.
You just having an exploding night.
That's fine.
It's just the evening tonight. Jeez.
Jeez,
Okay.
seriously,
Using
my God.
Fox's D8.
Oh no. Here comes an 8.
Oh, it's it's.
I mean,
Poking my.
The way our night's been going.
I swear, if it's an 8, I'm gonna.
No, it bounced off of the thing.
But did it land on an 8 after bouncing out?
It landed on an 8 when it landed on my floor.
It doesn't count. Has to be in the dice tray.
No.
Yeah. Can't read it from the floor.
Nope.
1.
aw.
Oh, come on, duality of man.
Got an 8 though.
Right?
Got an 8 and a 1, so a 9. And it was a what? A 4?
Yes.
Dang.
That's 5.
It's 5 above.
That's 5 above. So
Cool thing.
Something cool. Something cool. Something cool.
you
I just fucking murdered him.
see the gun popping up, and like your ears perk up as you focus solely on the sound of that trigger being pulled. And as the gun goes off, you take the sound away from like the propulsion of this blast, and you create a wall in front of you. As the energy hits, it's held there for a moment and it reflects right back at him, hitting the gun itself as it goes in and causes a small explosion on the backpack. He's still alive. Quickly taking the backpack off and everything. But you've gotten to the point to, like, as you do this, you can now reflect pretty much anything that's thrown at you by creating sound waves that are the opposite of whatever's traveling towards you.
The power of no you.
Yeah, you
Reverse.
you have an Uno reverse card now. Any sort of projectile or anything that's fired at you, you can now use the opposite sound wave to knock it back at them.
So
And
can I kick him for good measure?
As like he throws it off, he throws the thing off, and he gets up and slowly starts like backing up to like run away. Max,
Yes, sir.
what are you doing?
Question.
Hmm.
That vehicle over there. Have the people been evacuated from it yet?
Nope.
Why don't we just take the truck with us?
Let's start by ripping the back of it open so people can get the hell out.
Okay.
Just take the truck.
I mean, okay, let me just pick up
okay.
the truck and walk away with it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
My truck now.
God damn it.
You know
How
what?
heavy does that truck look compared to the tree?
Yes.
Right?
Like I don't even think with Max's like strength and power combined, he would have the ability to lift this truck.
No, not yet. But if
The top
time and space it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You're right.
The top of it is already open as that because it gave him means the guys to jump out. But aside from
Okay.
the one guy like running away, there doesn't seem to like getting ready to run away. There doesn't seem to be anybody else in the area.
Okay. How far is the guy running away?
As he starts to run away, he's probably put 10 feet between him and where he was standing when he got hit by the tree. So you're looking probably from where you're standing 70, 80 feet.
Feet, that's not so bad. I believe the word we're looking for is yeet. Yeet?
Are you gonna throw the boulder?
We throw the tree.
Are we people bowling?
Are you gonna throw the boulder this time?
I believe. I mean, we can throw. I'm still technically. It might still. Oh no, I threw the tree. Eh?
You
Okay, so I
threw
don't
the
have a
tree, yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, I guess we throw the rock then. I mean,
Okay, same thing.
seems like that kind of night.
Same thing, muscle roll, because it is using your muscle, but you can add half of your power die roll to it because it is assisted.
Okay.
But yeah, you're able to you reach down to lift up the boulder. So go ahead and give me your muscle's still a D6, right?
Yes.
All right, so let's call it. Let's call it an 8.
Okay. Rojan,
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a picture.
Oh shit, not again.
I'll reassure you, the D6 is on a 5, but the D10 rolled on a 10.
That's fine. It doesn't explode with this.
Oh,
it's
thank God!
it's
I was about to say that scared me.
This is
All right,
only
so, yeah.
it is only
So it's a 10 total.
nano assisted. So
Okay. Phew. 10
you
total.
grab it and you just wait for him to get a little bit of ways, and you just football throw this boulder. As again, it travels probably 10 feet away from you. Then everybody outside of the stealth field sees this boulder appear out of nowhere and fly and just like hit the ground, bounce a couple times, roll, and just bowl this guy's legs out from under him. And he flips a couple times and lands hard, and he doesn't get up. Doesn't mean he's dead.
Touchdown. But
Touchdown.
at least he's not running away.
Louis,
Yes.
as the security diagnostics and everything are running, you notice something coming up on like the little radar screen that you and Bradley have as a helicopter is en route towards the location.
Guys, air support, not ours, is coming in.
Brad sort of looks
Right.
over to you. Dude, I know you don't want to help, but don't think of it as helping them. Think of it as helping the team. I can get you to that point if you need. You take out the copter.
Fine. Like, he just stands up and like he just activates his nano suit.
And as you do, Brad's like, I owe ya. And he just snaps his fingers as just a flash happens, and you're hovering in midair as you see the helicopter probably a good 100 feet away from you coming towards you.
All right, so I need to start flying.
Okay. Like you don't have to roll for the flight, because this is just this sort of just like a maintain thing for you now.
All right, and then I'm going to heat the main propellers.
Oh, fuck.
Like not the main, not. Yeah, I'm gonna like the axle where the main propellers are.
Yep.
I'm just gonna basically like superheat that, and just basically just gum it up. I'm gonna force the landing.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a power roll here. Where is Louis?
My power is a D8.
A D8. Nice. Okay, question. Are you trying to completely destroy the propellers, or are you just doing enough to where they're not going to function properly and they're going to be forced to go down or crash?
Like, I know the axle has some sort of greased bearings or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna heat up the axle enough where I'm gonna destabilize like the grease.
Okay, so you're going for disable, not destroy.
Yeah, I'm seizing the axle.
Okay.
To make the axle like stop.
Yep.
Stop or become
okay. Let's make this a power roll of 6.
I rolled a 7.
Nice. As you stand there just like looking at this thing as it's sort of going closer and closer, and you just focus on what you know of like the layout of like these types of helicopters as you begin to just like slowly turning your hands around in the sky, staring this helicopter down as you superheat the bearings, and you can see it begin to lose stability enough to where the helicopter kind of like veers away from you as the pilot is sort of fighting with it. And as they sort of begin to float away, you notice something on the side of it as it's armed with missiles. And as they're jerking back and forth, you see one of the missiles launch from the helicopter before it goes down.
Can I try and burst the missile from range?
You can. This is gonna this is gonna be difficult. This is gonna be an 8.
All right. Well, I don't have any hero tokens, so this is gonna be. Nope, that's a 6.
That's a 6. You throw out a fireball, but as you do, it's a little astray as it flies behind this missile as it keeps on heading towards the rest of the group. There's a call on your guys' headsets from Brad letting you know that there is a missile incoming. As Louis, if you want, you can begin to fly after it.
Yeah.
Okay. So as Louis begins to pursue this missile, those of you on the ground with your would-be assailants now disabled, what are you doing after you get this call that you've got a missile incoming?
We gotta get out.
We
soon as
definitely have
possible.
to get out.
Grab people, let's go.
Mm.
The targets that we were trying to help, they're still in the truck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And are they like locked in?
Yeah, like you see the same thing that Paige saw. Is there's a small holding cell near the back end of like where like the end of the trailer near the driver's cab. There's like a small cell holding the two of them, barely any room to move inside of it.
Does the lock look more mechanical or is it an electrical lock? How futuristic did they go?
Key card.
Let's go disable that with a bit of jolt. Fry the circuits.
Grab, or if that doesn't work, we could grab a key card from one of the workers or people that are unconscious.
True.
I'm still planning on doing acid
Okay.
to melt the metal.
So,
Well,
so
Yeah.
You're jolting the lock. Paige is melting the metal. Frankie, you're looking for a key card. Max, what are you doing?
You said there's a missile coming in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I right to assume that missile has a guidance system on it?
Maybe. You're not
I mean,
sure.
it's a missile and not a rocket, right?
Yes, it is a missile.
Okay, which means guidance system. All right. We have a stealth field right now.
Yes.
Could I position myself between the vehicle and the incoming missile to fuck with its guidance system and see what happens?
You can try.
Because those things are usually optical, right, for their targeting system? Or laser, one of the two, but it's not laser at this point because the thing's been shot down and still on target, technically. So, probably optical. Could we try that?
Sure. So, Gemma and Paige. Let me look at your bullshit powers here.
I think we're both at the same level.
Are you both
D12.
Paige is
D12.
D12? Okay. I'm gonna call this a 6 because it's a touchpad in metal. I mean,
Okay.
so both of you
I
can
got
go.
a 10.
You got a 10,
I only got a 4.
a 4.
My dice had to
All right,
backfire
so
me at some
you
point.
you let out like your electrical burst and nothing happens. It's impressive, but this thing is heavily shielded and electricity does jack shit to it. Though Paige sort of like climbs down from like the top of the truck and just begins to melt the bars down, weakening their structural integrity with a bit of like her acid mist. Max.
Yep.
Your power. What's your power at right now? Because it ain't a D4.
No, it's the D. We were all the way at 10. We're all the way at 10 by today.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call this a. This is difficult. We're gonna call it a 10.
Okay, Rojid. I videoed my roll and I'm sending it to you because I'm done with this shit.
Okay.
I rolled a 10.
Perfect. Give me that 12.
Yeah, D12. Let me find a D12. I'm gonna record the D12 too because at this point I'm not believing it myself. I'm done. I'm gonna send you both videos after.
That's fine.
Fuck me.
What the fuck is up with our dice tonight?
It teetered on. It did this. It did the 0. It teetered on the frickin' 12 and it went back to the 10. So that's a 10 plus a 10, 20.
Oh, lordy.
20. Nice. Go ahead and mark yourself somewhere on your sheet as well as for the evolutionary flux.
Okay.
As you sort of just like reach in and position yourself just enough to make a good portion of the trailer where you're standing invisible, praying that that's enough for the to stop the missile from striking. Louis,
Yes.
you are in pursuit of this thing.
All right, so I'm flying towards it.
Yep.
So this is what I want to do. I want to basically like position myself where I'm flying in the same direction, just slightly slower than it. I want it to catch up to me because it's too close to explode. But I want to see if there's a control panel or like a covered panel on the missile.
Okay, we can do that. There's Louis. Let's make this a tech roll and we'll call it a 6.
Okie dokie. All right, that's a 7.
Nice. As you begin to like fly parallel to this thing now, you can see that yes, there is a what looks to be a shielding. Like there's like a small panel shielding on the head of the missile itself.
All right, I don't have time to like be fancy. I'm just gonna basically like superheat my hand and just peel it away.
Okay. This is surgical. We're gonna make this difficult. This is gonna be a difficulty of 8.
Okay, power or tech?
Power, because you're using your power to superheat this thing.
Okay. No. Nope. That is a 6, and I have no points to use.
So as you begin to like superheat the paneling, you begin to hear what could only be like can only be described as almost like a countdown beep as you're heating this thing, and you quickly pull your hand away, and as you like stop fucking with it, the beeping stops. But it seems as if this missile has like anti-tampering on it.
Okay.
To where if like if you fuck with it and if you fuck with it too much, it may just detonate in the air.
All right, then then I probably can't do another action this round. I don't know how long it's going to take to get to the truck, but I'm presuming I can see the directional fins that are like guiding the missile.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot one of them off.
You're gonna have to wait until next time.
Yep, I know.
Group here, team truck.
Truck. I still want to try the whole portal thing
Okay.
to see if maybe we could just portal like out of here, like with the kind of want to create a portal underneath the truck so it falls through, but that would be extremely
Funny.
hilarious, but also extremely dangerous and
Yeah.
not necessarily the best.
I think what would help is with the acid, were you able to get the door open? Did she
Yeah,
pop the
like
door open?
the acid just melted those bars away, no problem.
Okay, well
so
then
you
I
just need to grab this person.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll
Are they
go in and help
conscious?
get.
They are conscious, yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
so
bound and
as she's
gagged.
going in. Okay, so as she's going in to help them, Paige is just gonna say like, it's like, don't get any funny ideas. believe it or not, we're here to help you. Just come with us before we explode.
And they just very, like, hyperly nod.
I'm just going to pull another flash thing and grab one and take him out. Yep.
Okay.
Take distance away.
Oh, okay. So because you are pulling somebody at a high rate of speed here,
Oh God.
where are you, Gemma?
Calm down, Speedy Gonzalez.
Okay, you're at a D12.
Yes.
We're calling this a 10.
Okay. Oh, do I want to change falls? Yeah, let's use this one. Come on, heavy one. An 11.
Okay. Much like if you've seen the X-Men movie, you put your hand behind the person's head as you zip them away.
Whiplash.
Yeah, pretty much. You just
Whiplash.
you support the neck so they don't get whiplash, and you take them out. And you probably get like a mile down the road before you stop.
Jesus.
Can I do the same with like sound wave / air dashing?
Air dashing. Your Smash character now.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll explain it like this. For the distance you travel is going to be equivalent to the amount of noise you make. The farther you wish to travel, the louder it has to be.
Okay. So, getting out of I think that I kind of grab them and get out of the truck first before I air dash, so that way, it's not reverberating out the truck and all that stuff.
Are you trying to teleport, or are you trying to use your sound waves for flight?
Kind of sound waves for flight.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you can definitely do that. Yeah,
She saw Gemma do it, and then she's like, "Wait, what if I could do that?"
yeah, because you because I wanted to know if you were trying to teleport everybody with you, like Max and Gemma, not Gemma, Max, Gemma, and well, not Gemma.
Paige.
Gemma's down the road. Max and Paige with you.
Because I don't think that. I mean, I could try.
You could try.
Yeah, I'll try teleporting the 3 of us. Well, the 4 of us technically.
Okay.
Out.
Okay. Just so I can get a flavor text for it, what are you doing to create the noise, and how loud are you making it?
Finger symbols. Again, no, she like punches the side metal of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and
Amplifies it.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Pretty loud. I mean, it's just kind of, she's like, she tries to make it not
you're
around us.
You're
like,
sound tunneling it is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Frankie, let's go. This, because you are mass transporting here. I'm going to call it an 8. Because you are
Fair.
taking everybody with you.
Please don't rip us to pieces.
Be on this. Five.
I don't have enough hero tokens to help.
I have 0.
Okay. So
does not work.
You hit the side of the truck, and you cause like a reverberation to go out, and you try to port people, but it doesn't really go as planned, as everybody who's in the truck now, it just has like really bad tinnitus.
Sorry.
Mop.
What happened in there?
Hoping Zappy can help you guys.
Gemma, not Gemma, but Paige. You got a little bit
Yes.
of tinnitus with you on one of the prisoners in there, as you now just saw Gemma just vanish.
With one of the prisoners.
Oh, jeez. How close is Max?
You don't know. Max is invisible.
Oh,
You don't even know Max is.
Like- Max, where are you?
You, you were in the field, so you know Max can turn invisible. And you look behind you, and you can see that part of the truck is is missing.
What the hell? Max?
Yes.
Can you carry the last one, please? We need to get out.
Sure. Let's go.
Well, yeah, I think at this point we're going to GTFO because it's just about to go down.
Okay.
Is the other person injured severely? Like, how injured are we talking about if they need to be carried out?
They're not injured. They were just bound and gagged.
Okay.
Like, you could easily like throw them over your shoulder or whatever, and you guys can begin to book it
Yeah,
up.
no, it's just if there was an injury, doing that might result in worse injuries. So I was just thinking, making sure that there was no actual injury if
No.
we do firemen carry them out.
I mean, yeah, the only injury they have is they have mild tinnitus at the moment.
Yeah, no, that I figured. I was just making sure there was no like KO or anything. Okay,
Yeah.
good, very good. So yeah, no, well, we'll just prop him on our shoulder and hit the ground running.
Okay. So, Frankie, Paige, and Max, you guys are running out of the truck, hauling it down the road, trying to get clear of it. Louis,
Yes.
you got one more shot.
All right.
What are you trying to do here? Trying to like melt the stabilizing fins, you said?
I'm just gonna like just blast it off.
Okay.
Just basically just boom. So
All right. So because these things are
Okay.
the way these things are designed, this is going to be another 8.
well, I rolled an 8,
Nice. That explodes.
and I'm looking for my d10s.
Oh, a D10. Does that put him at an evolution stage as well?
That puts him at an evolution stage.
Nice.
Oh, I rolled an 8, so
16?
so 18. 16.
So you like turn around and you look at the fins, and you know, just like blasting with fire, probably not going to be enough. As you like form a fireball up, and then just something in you clicks as you begin to make it harden. As you throw just like this molten slag ball at
Jesus.
the fin of this at the fin of the missile, and it takes it right off. And
I'm a lava bender now?
pretty much. And as it takes it off, the missile begins to like wibble and wobble as it's losing the ability to maintain its flight course. And it
All
looks
right, I'm gonna let it fly ahead of me, and I'm gonna be like, all right, missiles disabled, get away from the truck.
and as the missile starts like wibbling, wobbling, flying down, you see Luther walking out from the other side of the truck as the missile's falling, and he sort of raises a hand and like just using like his electrical current just stops it in midair.
Oh,
That's a
jeez.
neat trick. That's a neat trick.
And then he just turns the missile around, and as
Don't do
as
it.
he turns it around, Louis, you can see like below you the carnage that was at
The
the
helicopter?
the helicopter, but also the ant picnic that is now just, you know, burnt cars and overturned cars and whatnot, but no sign of the ants. As he just turns it
Jesus.
around and he's just like staring in that direction.
Oh, I'm going up. I don't know what the blast radius of this thing is, but I don't want to be anywhere near when that thing hits.
Can we all see him do this?
If you guys are turning around, because like there should have been a kaboom.
Yeah,
I feel
well,
like I
definitely
would've-
wouldn't turn around if the kaboom
Yeah.
doesn't happen.
And you can see the missile like just probably a good like 30 feet from the ground as he just stops it in midair and just turns the missile around.
Disarm it, Max will yell.
I feel like Gemma would have been turned around because she would have been
Waiting for everyone.
yeah, waiting to make sure she doesn't need to dash back in after anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Max will yell
It-
minimal collateral and yell disarm it.
Isn't Gemma like half a mile out?
She's a mile out.
Oh, she's a mile.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oops,
Gemma's a
don't shot that
mile
one.
out.
She's like the safest person right now.
And he just goes like that and just throws the missile towards the group of people.
Uh.
But it flies and it crashes and goes careening into like the cars and everything, but it doesn't explode.
Oh, Max takes a deep sigh of relief.
Paige already had like her arms extended, like getting ready to like
Yeah.
gas the guy just in case.
As he turns around and he begins walking towards you. I'm not a monster.
Max nods and will add, glad to see it.
And as you say that, the missile explodes. As like,
Come on!
he turns and looks like in a shocked thing, just like a fully shocked expression on his face. Like, he turns back. That was not me. I disabled it.
So it was another missile.
That or a failsafe or a remote detonator or some other stupid shit. This tech is usually full of failsafes and backups and bullshit.
How bad was the blast?
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
Not a huge payload. This was definitely like
Small potato.
something to be used against like a vehicle or whatnot.
Targeted strike.
The targeted strike, yeah. There's like an initial explosion, and then a couple of the cars do catch fire and explode as well. But it isn't as catastrophic as, you know, you may have been thinking.
Gemma's gonna hop onto the comms. Remembering that she has someone by her side, she's going to use the aliases. Go, Flashpoint. We might want to spin the media to make it sound like Specter caused all these explosions and issues, not us. Because otherwise, I have a feeling they're going to try and pin it all on us.
Yeah, well, I'll have to wait till we get back home.
She's very confused by that because they have no idea you're there.
If at all possible.
Well,
sorry,
you if you're
You would
looking
see him in the sky.
direction, yeah, if you're looking
Oh.
in the direction of like where the carnage is, there's an obvious like flying fire streak in the air.
Fair point. Well,
like he can't hide the fact when he flies. It's
Fair.
like
If it's at all possible, Paige would like to create like a bubble or barrier around some of the cars and try to get rid of the oxygen within it to kind of help douse the flames.
I mean, you would need to get further down the road in order to do that. Just
She'll fly over.
You can fly over if you want.
I was like, I can fly now. That's the thing I can do.
This is true. I forgot. You can Peter Pan. You do
I will. Oh,
as-
don't make it. No.
as you take to the
Tinkerbell.
as you take to the sky and everything, you can see that there are people that were in those cars and everything. They are fighting the fire. They are like they've got fire retardant materials and whatnot, the fire blankets and the fire extinguishers, and they're starting to like put it out.
I'll still help.
Okay.
Try to extinguish the flame.
All right, where are you?
I'm right here.
Let's go ahead and call
D12.
let's go ahead and call this a 6. It isn't too hard.
That's a 7.
Okay. So you quickly like fly over and just, for a lack of a better word, like crop dust the area to help like weaken the flames, but you know it's not a good idea for you to stay above there since these are Specter troops.
Right.
So you quickly just
enough
like
to help.
douse it, and then like you return back to the group. And as this is happening, Gemma, do you take this person back to the rest of the group?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not gonna make you roll for it. As you could just zip back.
Remember what's our word for going home?
As Luther walks over and he removes the bindings and everything from the two individuals and like the collars on the necks, he just grabs them and just sends like an electrical current through them to shut them down. As you can see the two girls like just relax. And as that happens, Ant King comes up from the ground on like just riding on the head of it, like this monstrous ant. As he
Hey, you made it.
So he kind of he like slides down the head and hops down. And aside from the giant ant head, like the ant helm that he's wearing, he doesn't look too bad. As he's just circling his wrist a little bit. He's like, okay, now that was fun. And Luther looks over at him. He's like, any loss of life? And he shakes his head. He's like, nope, just like you said, containment only. Kind of, you know, the intel on those cars were pretty good. They can burn, but they weren't going to explode from the ants. He nods and he looks at the other two and it's like, no worse for wear. That's good. Well, thank you all.
Hopefully this doesn't come back to bite us in the ass.
Yeah, let's hope.
Before they run off, can I have Max tell Ant King, hey, that contract's still there if you want it?
Offering everyone a job?
As he kind of grins, he's like, you know what?
Why not?
I might take you up on that, big guy.
Swear to God.
Oh, you know where to find me.
Yep. A place I don't want to go.
Well, not there, but yeah.
Jimmy will just say, stay out of trouble.
Stay away.
As he takes off the helm and the bowl cut kind of falls out with him. No, you guys get it wrong. I didn't sign up to be a villain. I wanted to help people. I mean, yeah, ants are a little destructive, but you know, they do some good. I don't think, and he sort of looks over to like the other three. I don't think any of us are gonna be gunning for any of you. If anything, we're gonna be giving these specters a bit of our a taste of the power that they gave us.
It's not the attitude I got from when we interrogated you in your cell, but I suppose I should be thankful for your change of heart.
Okay, to be fair, you guys kicked the shit out of me and then locked me in a room. I'm like, nobody's gonna be happy.
Yeah, because you came off as the villain.
Yeah, my bad.
Time for a clean start then. If
Yeah.
you run into any trouble you can't handle, you know how to contact us.
Ants?
Ants.
Gross.
Just kind of glaring at the
Or
girl.
just send Zappy there.
Is she walks over? She walks over to you. She's like, "Look, I want to say I'm sorry. What I did was really fucked up.
This is the understatement of the century, but you know,
That's most of my life. Wasn't in a good spot, and I was given an opportunity to make myself better. And I just got a little drunk on the power. But I won't use this. I won't use it on people who don't deserve it. I just wanted to say I'm sorry."
all right. Well,
She goes,
I wouldn't say you're forgiven, but it's a
She-
start.
reaches into a pocket. She pulls out a card. She's like, "I know it's not a full apology of sorry I tried to kill you, but," she holds out a card to you. As it is a card that is free lifetime meals at Metro Burger. She goes, "My dad owns the joint. Figure this is the most I can do right now."
Max will look over and be like, "Damn, jealous."
Like I said, it's a start, but I mean, it is one hell of an apology. um,
I mean, burgers for life. I mean, come on now.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess.
God, if Conrad was here,
Right.
Right?
he'd be like, "Oh, sick."
He would.
And
I mean, you've seen Max eat. He's jealous.
Is-
I suppose you do know.
I know who you are,
Yeah.
and I think she kind of looks back at the rest of them. I think it's only fair that you know who we are. I'm Molly. Molly Rutherford. That there, as she points over to the Sam Fisher girl that fought Gemma. That's Ashley Barnes. You know Luther, and I would assume that you know Eugene, as you guys had him prisoner.
Did we get his last name though? I don't think we got.
Yes,
his
you
last
did.
name.
It's Eugene Williams, and Luther's is Remington.
Ah, there we go. Williams, right there.
I'm gonna ask Zoro if she can post the names later because I'm sure she has the closest
I got
spelling
'em.
to what they're actually spelled like.
I'll
Yeah.
post them in chat when we're done here.
Molly, I suppose this kind of invitation goes probably also it goes out to the rest of you, and also sort of goes without saying, if you do know anything more about the future projects that Specter and the judge have, I assume we'll be in touch.
Luther gives a nod. He's like, "Let's give the kids a couple days to recover, and let's have a meet up in your that fancy building of yours, and we'll have a get together, and we'll discuss everything we know."
Sounds good, but for now, could definitely use some pizza.
That's right. We were promised pizza when we got back, weren't we?
We were. Suppose.
Probably get back as soon as possible.
And
What was that word we were supposed to use to go home?
as you're thinking of it, Ashley
I
walks
know
up to you.
exactly what you're doing.
Ashley walks up to you. It's like, look, one military brat to another, no hard feelings.
Tell you what, when we met up, you explained how the fuck you managed to do that. No hard feelings. If I have a
Sure.
weakness, I want to learn how to overcome it.
Sure. I'll give you the full explanation of everything.
You can copy that ability too.
We have a deal. Rest up, we'll see you in a few days.
Rubber ducky.
And as
That was it, rubber ducky.
and as you say rubber ducky, all of you, including Louis, who's in midair, are teleported back to the dorm.
I think as
That
we
was
get
the one.
back and we're no longer in like imminent danger, Gemma's gonna like gently bump into Frankie and then whisper to her, it's like, it's not gonna go away. And she'll just do the little sparky thing again. Like just a little zap zap.
You get to keep it?
It feels different. It's not going anywhere. It's just there. I copied another ability that I was using too.
My God,
Copied some
you're gonna-
fighting skills.
You're
I
gonna
still
be
have it.
unstoppable.
I need to know, are there pizzas?
And as you get
Priorities.
back, you don't know how he does it, but there are pizza. There are just like stacks and stacks of pizzas, breadsticks, salad, cookies, those like little mini churros, and just like soda and beer and everything.
All right, I'm going to grab a stack of pizzas and I'm going to tell Bradley, I need that room now.
What room?
The room.
Oh, that dude, it ain't ready, but it's
Then I need a room.
you proof or not?
Me proof.
We don't got anything like that here, dude. I mean, the gym can resist a little bit of a beating, but
Do not melt down
don't
the
melt
gym.
anything.
Don't melt my gem.
My stress is at 4. I'm a donkey on the edge.
You just need some waffles.
You need to take that shit out of town. My God.
So I'm just gonna like.
He's like,
Is the roof of this building flat?
yes.
So I'm gonna go to the roof.
Don't fly off the roof and all that stuff.
I still have the stack of pizzas. I'm going to the roof,
Okay.
and then either the elevator or flying. When I get to the roof, like I'm just gonna basically cop a squat away from anything that looks like it's important, and I'm just gonna basically incinerate this stack of pizzas.
Oh, that's a war crime. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Okay, so
That's my stress relief.
okay, so since you are at
Destroying
4, that's going to be a D6 roll for your stress relief to see how much you relieve.
Okay. It's like I didn't want to make like some bullshit cushy, angsty teenager power like a vice. I wanted to have something that has consequence,
That's fine.
you know.
So go ahead and give me that D6 roll since you are burning stress
Oh
here.
shit, I literally rolled a 6. So
That's
I
not
don't-
good.
I'm scared because that's an
So-
overcompensation.
So you You begin to focus on these pizzas, and you just dump a ton of fire into them, and you begin to just like lose yourself in the thrill of watching this burn as you just slowly and surely increase the temperature at which you are torching these things, as you begin to see not only the boxes but the top level of the roof of this building begin to melt. And as you begin to melt it, you just want to see it all burn. And you tap in, and you begin to just power up as you begin to feel yourself become like it's starting to go nuclear, as you just want to see if you can get the blast off. And then you begin to feel your heart racing, and as your muscles begin to tense and burn, as you feel yourself falling into darkness. And that is where we are ending.
Oh, here we go. It was too good to be true.
This pyromaniac is gonna light us all on fire. I just am gonna see it now.
So just to let you guys know their code names, because you know Eugene is the Ant King. Molly is
Look at my notebook. Oh god. Okay, sorry. What's going on?
Molly is Whisper. Ashley is the Silence. And Luther is Zeus.
Oh, we called it.
We did call it Zeus.
Actually, hon, I'll let you put all that in the post.
I like Zappy though.
In our thing, and I'll just pin it.
Sparky.
But yeah, we went a little over schedule here, but we were having fun with everybody exploding and everything like that.
The dice were on fire tonight. Jesus, I'm scared for our next session.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. This is not the only show we do. Coming up on Monday, we will have another episode of Destiny Forge Campaign 4, which is the 5th edition game that I run. And then on Tuesday, we will have another episode of Star Wars Tales of the Outer Rim, which is a Star Wars game that Tiltbot runs. Coming up on Thursday is another episode of Tricorn Isles, which is another 5th edition game that I run. Friday will be episode 3 of Under the Mountain, which I am excited for because, you know, DM boyfriend privilege. I heard some stuff. And then what's that?
Cookies.
And then
Grandma's got all the snacks.
On Saturday, we need to reach out to everyone to see if it can happen, but maybe, you know, up in the air right now. We may have a special what do you call it, Behold Lore episode where we are going to be talking with the casting crew of Wayward Wanderers to go over what's been happening in the campaign as they are entering into their break, ask all the fun questions, and get a little insight into their characters.
Yay.
And yeah, that will do it for us for the upcoming week. So thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will catch you on Monday for Destiny Forged.
Have a good weekend.
Have fun, everyone. Goodbye.